So, we resurrected Par from the grave, and he's here to join us for the latest chapter of One Piece, 1134. Par, how you doing?
I'm not doing great, but
You want to explain why or no?
I mean, there's not much to explain. I don't even know what happened this time, but I feel like last year didn't I do a recording in a neck brace?
You did a recording in a neck brace, and Par, since it is that time of the year, he broke his back. Well, not broke his back, but he threw it out really hard, and he's barely surviving.
Pinched a nerve or something. It feels like a pinched nerve, just weird in my back. I was just like, I mean, I think it's just because I haven't been sleeping, and like I've been super stressed. And then this morning, I wasn't even doing anything. I was just like, I remember telling my wife, I'm like, I feel like today I have to stay in bed a little extra longer, and she's like, get your lazy ass up. No, she didn't say it like that, but kind of, because we have to prepare for my son's birthday party. And I got up, was about to go downstairs, and then just like death. It's
crazy how that happens, huh? Like, just you don't even have to do anything extreme. It's just like one simple move will F you up. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was just like my observation, because like I was about to go down the stairs, and then my observation hockey kicked in, and it's like, you're about to die. And so I walked.
Your screen flashed red.
Yeah, no, literally.
Damn.
And I walked back to bed, and I just texted my wife, emergency, I can't move. And she came out, she's like, what happened? I said, like, I need your help to flip me over. Because at that point, once I got to the bed, that's when the full pain was just in, and I was just like, oh, shit. So
yeah, damn.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being here, Par. I mean, like I said, Par is barely alive right now. That's why he's leaning back. I don't think you guys will ever see Par lean forward during this collab call.
If I lean forward, it's over. Last year I couldn't move my neck, right? This time, if I slide a little bit too far, it's wraps. I literally changed the seat in my back. When I messaged you and I said I need prep time, it was like I needed to double check cross all the T's, dot all the I's, make sure.
Is the chair set up? Will I have to move?
Yeah, because I canceled earlier. I said, yo, I think we got a rain check, but like this weekend's so busy for both of us.
Yeah.
If I don't do it now, then it's gonna be more stressful.
Yeah, it's gonna be stressful like Monday morning, like, oh god, let's do this.
Yeah, so, and I told my wife, like, oh, like I'm gonna go record at site still, and she's like, and what's gonna happen? What, you're gonna pass out or something, and then how is he supposed to tell me? You're just gonna be knocked. It's not like Sai has my number, and I'm like, I could give him your number, and she just like rolled. She was just done with me at that point. So.
Yeah, she didn't know she was married to, I don't know, Benjamin Button.
Dude,
someone born with glass bones over here.
Crazy, because and the end of the year, it's all like at this point it's annual. At this point, end of the year, I literally warn everyone.
People underestimate age, bro. Like as you get older, man, you just who knows, man? Are you gonna go up the stairs, or are you gonna go up the stairway to heaven? Anything's possible.
Yeah, dude.
Life will just switch up on you. You know,
it's just a switch up. But
it's
crazy because I'm like active like yesterday, day before that, moving all this stuff. Like I'm the only one who can move these things. And then today I just wake up, start walking, fucking nope, no more walking today.
Yeah. Funny enough, I was about to say, like, this is a perfect tie-in to the color spread with Franky. Because that VA is retiring too, man. Getting up there in age. This is dedicated to the voice actor Kazuki Yaoi, I think is how you pronounce his name. Apologies if I get that wrong. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Love Franky here. We are eternal. I will admit Franky looks super scary. Not exactly what I'd want to go out with, but hey, power to him, right? Like Franky looks like he's about to eat a village, right? Like he's gonna kill an entire family or clan.
Yeah, he looks like what is the Winnie the Pooh remake horror edition? You know how like it's
Blood
Winnie
and Honey.
the Pooh. Yeah, it's Winnie the Pooh, but it's like a different font and it's terrifying. That's like what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Franky, and it looks like it's not One Piece Franky. It's the Blood and Honey Franky.
Yeah, serial killer Franky.
Yeah, definitely serial killer.
Godzilla villain Franky.
Oddly enough,
what's up?
He's more proportional in this one.
You think so?
Yeah, like his shoulder head size, that's way more proportional than normal.
I feel like his head is too big.
No, that's normal proportions. Like a normal human being.
Yeah, I mean, well, the busted shoulders would, say differently, but I see what you mean.
Yeah, like if his shoulders are this big, like when you look at regular Franky, his head is way too small for his body because he made his shoulders massive.
Okay, so you're saying because the head is bigger, it's more proportionate.
Yes.
But it's proportionate to the shoulders, because like his legs are small, right?
Well, we don't see his legs, so we don't know yet. But yeah.
Huh.
Well, at least like Franky's probably the most disproportional character, right?
I would say so. I mean, even in the pre-time skip era, he was. Because he had the crazy forearms. He had the crazy forearms.
Okay. But like the forearms.
And then the stupid chin.
Aside, the chin, people could have that chin, right?
Nobody can have a chin like that. What are you talking about?
What if they just like
what do they call it? Like the Saint Bernard chin?
Saint Bernard chin? What?
Yeah. It's something like that.
Don't make me lean forward to look this up, Sai.
No, I'm looking it up. Don't worry. I got you.
Yeah,
Hasbro jaw.
Oh yeah, the Hasbro. Yeah. But like, so take that jaw and then a mild scooter accident where like
where it splits into 3.
Yeah. Like it just chips right there. You know. Yeah. That happened to me. You know.
Damn. I know a lot of people with the Hasbro jaw, bro.
Okay, well, I don't... Wait, what? Because you're in Oklahoma.
I know. I'm not even joking. I know 3 people with the Hasbro jaw. Great people, by the way, but my God, that jaw, man. It's crazy.
The crimson chin.
Yeah, it's legendary. Like... If you guys don't know what the Hasbro jaw is, it's like when it protrudes like a crazy amount.
And it's not even a birth defect. It's a genetic mutation due to incest.
Yeah, so here, I don't want to say it, but yeah, here in Oklahoma, I mean, we don't ask what happens in the bayou. Well, we don't have a bayou here, but we don't ask what happens in Chickasha.
Hey, there's no shame in it. I mean, it stemmed from royalty.
It did,
European royalty. It's you wouldn't name something Hasberg like that. Sounds kind of cool, fancy.
Right?
You're not naming like broke homies in Oklahoma after something so royal. You know what I mean?
So wait, maybe that's a sign that Franky's royalty. You know, we don't know who his parents are. They're pirates. Maybe they're royal pirates.
Yeah, I mean that is a prominent theory with Franky. I mean, I have a iteration of that, and I've thought about it, but I mean, it's not even that deep. But I feel like all of the theories that I've encountered that are adjacent to that like miss the part where Franky's introduction is like the most celestial dragon thing, period, where he comes in with a mask, but it's not just a mask, it's a star mask. He has like a star mask, and then super on top scary. Of that, his house is basically Garland's head, which is just the moon, but like the way he shows up, way he's hidden, I'm just like, yo, this guy, he smells like celestial dragon. Like it, but then obviously I feel like he
wouldn't smell good.
Would they smell good? I feel like
celestial dragons would smell good, but I don't think Franky smells good.
No way, dude.
Celestial dragon? What do you mean?
They're locked up. They don't have.
They got the best showers known to mankind.
They don't have food. You think they have running water all the way up there? First of all, second of all,
there's a reason why they said we need food, but they didn't say we need water.
They're in those because they don't shower, so they don't need the water. They're in those.
You're
suits
making up lore against celestial dragons. This is like a hit piece. What are you doing?
What do you mean? I don't know a single person who stays in like a underwater like scuba gear and smells great afterwards.
You could argue that they wear that gear so that they don't get the musk of the outside world on them. Like you could also argue the opposite.
No, you cannot.
Yeah, you can. You don't even know the technology behind the suits, do you? Brother, like, what if there's like a deodorizer in there? You don't
You're
know.
hitting me with the Schrodinger's cat logic. But we don't know. It could smell good. It could smell bad. But we didn't open up the box to find out.
If a tree falls in a forest and nobody's around, does it make a sound? It's like we'll never know, man. I feel like eventually we will get some backstory to those silly celestial dragon suits, but for now, they're just cool. Would you wear one?
That's their superpower. Their superpower is they unzip the jacket and the smell just fucking knocks it.
That's their Conqueror's hockey. It's just their inner smell.
Yeah, the fucking pit stain, the pit stench.
Would you ever cosplay a celestial dragon with a suit?
Yeah, I could do that.
It's easy, right? Because you don't have to do anything special. It's just a suit. And just say you're one of the families.
I feel like so because they don't wear pants.
To our knowledge, maybe they have boxers on underneath.
Yeah, I mean, I'm. It's just wearing because in my culture, there's a thing called a lungi, and it's basically just think of it's just a skirt basically.
Yeah,
and you just wear it casually inside. It's very chill. I'm sure other Asian countries have other terms for something very similar. But that has been phased out of culture, which is funny because that's the one thing that I do still to this day. And my wife is just like, bro, stop. Nobody does this anymore.
It died in the 1900s, Par.
But I wouldn't do that in public. You know what I mean? So that's I don't know. I could maybe, but then the other problem is it's not at the hip, it's all the way down, so it's not as functional either. You know what I mean? You can't run in it.
Huh.
I need to be able to run. Anything I wear, I gotta be able to run.
Maybe you could make a celestial dragon tracksuit. Ooh. What if that's a thing?
Kind of nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you made it functional, then it'd be kind of nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nice white, with the
the badges on too.
Yeah,
gold collar. Honestly, they got a good fit. They got a good fit.
I wonder what the badges are for. Now that you said that,
maybe the badges that the Celestial Dragons have is medals from the rabbit hunting tournament. You killed 10 of them. All right, here you go. Here's a bronze badge.
Or you get they had the special rights to Kuma. Maybe you get a badge to own a
or a best slave competition.
Yeah,
I see you presented Kuma the Invincible Slave last Saturday. You won. Here's a silver medal.
Yeah.
Funny enough, this is all really topical too, because Celestial Dragons, Kuma, that is the chapter. That's the chapter.
Yeah.
So
it is.
With this color spread, is there anything that stands out to you? Because for me, it looks pretty solid, right?
Yeah, there's nothing really besides the water guns, but
yeah, water guns. Robin has her bangs here. I think it's the first color spread with the new Robin haircut. Or should I say old Robin haircut? Either one.
Yeah, old one. You know, the one thing that did stand out to me is I don't know why, but Nami looks uncanny. Not in a scary way, but more it doesn't look like the real Nami.
It kind of looks like Emily Rudd.
Yeah,
right?
Okay.
Emily Rudd Nami. Which makes sense because Oda just saw her at, South Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just went to the set and met all of them a while ago, so could be it. Yeah. He's inspired.
Could be. Maybe he starts changing Nami's face to look more like Emily Rudd, which it wouldn't be a terrible thing, but
uncanny
maybe it's just
though.
It's just uncanny years. Because we don't know. I don't know why. I just look at the thing, everything looks normal, and then I'm something's up about Nami. And I met Emily Rudd, and there's nothing wrong with Emily Rudd, but
it's the mixture of the two that's something's off.
Yeah, it's I just want to know if it's this, if we're transitioning to a slightly adjusted Nami to separate her from all the other Nami-esque girls. That's fine. I just would is this a decision? Because Oda,
I don't think it's that. I think it's just the angle, to be honest.
Oda did that technically with Chopper, right? He was influenced by real world situation where the voice actor was too cute, and he's like, damn it, I gotta make this little furball cuter now. And so he did that. He was influenced by the anime drawing of Chopper, and he morphed it in the manga. So it's not the first time this would have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. So going on with the first page, though, we got Luffy acting like a true boss, handing out his hand to Saul, saying, "Hey, thank you for taking care of one of my fledglings back in the day. I really appreciate it. We're in your debt." And then he says, "Allow me to introduce myself." And then the Straw Hats are like, "Wait, what the hell is this? Who is this guy?" What'd you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, because we streamed with the other translations, it was odd at first, but then the whole situation is odd because it made it feel like, oh, the translation's off, but Luffy's off, and then the Straw Hats, or was it a specific Straw Hat?
Doesn't seem like
no,
it.
it's just
it's
just like someone in the group. Who the heck taught you that routine? So it's like, it's very obvious that this is like odd. Now we're on TCB translations, TCB official translations, and it says fledgling, and it's just really interesting. He's using the Yakuza kind of talk. It's fun. I like it. I'm just confused. I'm with this other Straw Hats because it's like, who? Because usually Luffy like learns from somebody, and I remember thinking, I'm like, dang, like, is this like an Ace callback? But Ace never did this either. So it was kind of interesting, but
I think somebody said that Jinbei did this exact same thing and with the exact same words as well. Yeah. I'm looking at it right now. So back in Wano, when Jinbei offers his help, he throws his hand out like this, and then he says, "I'd be pleased to meet your acquaintance." He doesn't say like exactly what Luffy says here, but it's the same manner of speaking apparently. So
Jinbei,
it all connects.
Which is ironic because the who the heck taught you that routine? The bubble, it looks like it's pointed towards Jinbei. If I had to choose a Straw Hat, it looks like it's Jinbei. And it'd be really funny if Jinbei was just like, damn, where do you learn this from?
What is this? What if he's like, oh, that's kind of good, actually. So,
yeah, good job.
Yeah.
And then who taught Jinbei that?
Well, Jinbei's just old, right? Jinbei's been around the block. He's been around a couple of Yonko, like Big Mom and Whitebeard, for example. He's been to prison.
Yeah, but he hasn't been around Yakuza.
Well, I don't know if this is like it's like one of those things in One Piece where like I don't think they mean like the Yakuza of Wano. Like this is like, Japanese Yakuza talk more so.
Yeah, but still, like the Japanese stuff is still Wano. There's not that much Japanese outside of Wano. That was kind of intentional, right? The only one is Shimotsuki Village.
I mean, it's like I guess a better way to put it is that it's like when a Kainu has a certain dialect or certain accent. I think a Hiroshima accent, I think. It's like one of those things. It's not like he's from Wano necessarily. It's just the dialect and the way of speaking.
No, but that's what I was going to say, is the only exception to this would be the Navy, because flashback to an old theory, the Navy is, outside of Wano, is the most Japanese thing in One Piece. The way they do all their meetings, they sit on the ground. Like if you look at the celebration that Luffy's crew got at the Flower Capital post Onigashima, they're like sitting and they have the table and it's all in a line and all that stuff. That's how the Navy meets all the time. That's and it's like, why do they have the what's it called, the tatami mats and stuff like that, the same boundaries? Like their buildings literally look like Curry Castle, for example, on Marineford. It's the same thing as Curry Castle, just a more modern one. The building is Japanese, everything about it.
Maybe it's just like a mini Tomo of the Pass, like one of those carpenters.
Hey,
he defected to the Marines.
I mean, the reality is that there's something odd with Wano, right? Because Wano, they had the poneglyphs. Poneglyphs are Kozuki text, but we know that Amatsuki existed. So why would the Kozuki create a language that isn't Wano-centric, it's Kozuki-centric? Knowing that there is the Heaven Moon clan on Wano at the time. Sounds like that there was some kind of defector or separation, kind of similar to how in modern Wano the emperor was using, or the shogun brought in a external force as the emperor. That's kind of like, what if back then the shogun, which probably might have been Amatsuki, used an external force, and that was the world government. And that could explain why the world government was so heavily influenced in Japanese stuff, as far as like the Marines go.
And it could also explain why, like, we have V Nasujiro as well as a Gorosei.
Yeah,
and it could be one of the 20 kings.
major note is the naming scheme of the admirals, because that's not their names, but the naming code names are Japanese. Red Dog, Blue Pheasant, Yellow Monkey, they're all Japanese names in the Navy for the code
Purple
names
Tiger,
that are used.
Green Bull.
Yeah. Those aren't their names. Yes, they have, some of them have Japanese names too, but the code names are just Japanese. And it's like, how long has the Admiral system used Japanese names for the thing? And it's like, okay, you could say, oh, it's One Piece, so things are Japanese. No, but Oda separated these things out very clearly. It's kind of wild when you think about it like that.
Yeah, it's a hard one, right? Because like I agree with you with the names, but when it comes to like manners of speaking like this, I feel like there might be a line, kind of like a Roto, for example, right? Roto uses otaku talk, and that's like a Japanese thing. But it's like, is that because he's influenced by Wano, or is that just because it's like a dialect thing that Oda's bringing in and it's just kind of fun?
Yeah, so I agree with you on that part.
There's 100%. A separation between it.
That's why I'm not an expert on the dialect stuff in the first place. So that was never a component of this idea. But I would say, to that extent, it would be interesting to see if Oda does do something like this, where like a lot of things stemmed from Wano. So that's why you see like various things are influenced by it. Kind of like how the modern world is influenced by Latin, like, and Rome. So like, the whole meme of like, when's the last time how often do you think about the Roman Empire, right? Like that's kind of what it would be like, but Oda could do it with Japan instead, or he could do it with Rome too, but he could throw in Wano-nese stuff.
Man, not a lot of Latin in the series. I think the only example of Latin, could be wrong, but we do have Pedro, right? Pedro had the Nox Pirates, which is Latin.
Yeah, there's references to Latin themes and Roman Empire stuff, but as far as like specific lingual stuff, I mean, there is a few, just not off the top of my head. The ones that are top of my head right now are the Norse ones, which is like White Strom, where Oda like specifically wrote it out in like the Scandinavian with the circle. Well, not the circle. The circle's crazy. The O with the two dots on top. Just like in the Scandinavian text. Yeah. So Oda does do that. It's
like on a whim almost.
Yeah. When
how
is
do
it
I feel
meaningful,
today?
when is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with Saul, he kind of scoffs at Luffy's introduction, or he laughs at it because he's like, yeah, dude, everybody knows who you are. You're famous. And then Saul turns to Robin saying, it looks like you found your family after all. People who will protect you. Straw Hats start crying again. And then Saul says, it's good to meet Robin's friends. You've done a great job making it all the way here. And sorry for spooking you earlier. And they talk about how he's been rehearsing this for a while, which is just silly to think about, right? Like, he's like, hey, Ange or Ange or whatever you pronounce that name as.
Ange is crazy.
Ange, I'm going to fall for a minute. I need you to scream. Make it seem believable. And the best part is that it didn't work, right? Like, Robin saw through it right away.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I'm sure he was, like, betting on that, too.
Yeah.
It's
It'd
a nice
be kind
callback.
of silly if that fooled Robin, honestly.
Yeah, she just gets a giant hand and slaps him awake. Like, get up, Saul, please.
Yeah, I mean, like, it didn't work when she was a kid, so like you said, I don't think Saul expected it to work.
Yeah. But maybe she changed. Like I mean, 22 years, bro, like, maybe nowadays she's, like, more gullible. Yeah.
Yeah. It's imagine she falls for it, and then Saul just, like, thinks that she's a fake.
Ooh,
because
you must be Katarina Devon, huh? Bon Clay?
Yeah, and just, like, beats the shit. Just fucking clobbers her in front of the crew.
That's funny you say that because I used to remember like the old like, oh, like Luffy's a hallucination, Zoro and Sanji aren't real, like we're not on Elbaf. Like I remember when we first got the spoilers for the chapter, people were saying that Luffy introducing himself like this isn't very Luffy like, and they're like, yo, like something's off with Luffy, this isn't him. Like that theory is still going around. So I do find the idea that this isn't Robin, it would just be hilarious. Like Saul just starts beating her up. Like, you're not Nico Robin.
I was gonna say something.
You got
rude.
scared?
It's only rude if you like don't like Morge, but like that would be like the next raid is failing thing. But like,
that's hallucinations. This is an Elbaf.
Yeah, except the raid is failing thing started off on like sound turn. Like if you heard it just from Morge, it's okay. If you heard it from Morge after the raid didn't fail, that's separate. I have no comments on that part. I don't know if he made a video. I don't know if he extended the thing. I
think people just kind of took that theory and ran with it, which is the same thing that happened with the hallucinations, right? Exactly. Hallucinations came up one chapter. They're like, oh my god, the inconsistencies. He has a sword, then an axe, and it's like, guys, Oda, he makes mistakes, y'all. He's human. And then people just took that and ran with it. My god.
Let's not forget that, like, what we were saying. We were saying, like, oh, like, Oda's, like, he just got his eyesight back, like, last year, and like, he's not healthy, and we're like, he's probably fucked up this week.
And plus, it was the first chapter of Elbaf where, like, he has, like, what, over 10 plus assistants who help draw the chapter. I think, Sandman even came out and said it too. He's like, hey guys, Oda only really draws like the big emotional pieces or pieces where a lot of things are moving. Like 9 out of 10, it's his editors that draw this and his assistants. And then people just don't want to believe that, I think. So they're like, oh no, like Oda's intentionally throwing in all these little things. It's like, bro, like one page of One Piece, I guarantee you at least 5 different people worked on it. So Saul says, yeah, it's good to meet Robin's friends. Me and my assistant Ange were practicing for a while. I used to be a Marine, so I know how impressive it is to be recognized as an emperor. And I kind of wonder, like, if Saul's going to give us more Marine backstory, right? Like, maybe, he worked with a certain admiral or certain vice admiral or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, given his association with Sengoku being the historian guy, like, he was like, he stood up to Akainu and was just like, I'm just teaching history class here, brother. Why are you interrupting my session? Yeah, I remember that was like super funny, and it was like randomly really dramatic. He's like, you must not know your history then, Akainu. And then Akainu's just like, you're talking about that Wano knees guy, Odin, and then Sengoku starts spitting about like Whitebeard and Roger. It's not a coincidence, blah blah. Like, it is interesting because it makes you wonder if he had those sessions. And then we also see Garp. Garp was teaching a class too. It make like how many of I want to see. You know what? I want to see the Navy Academy. We're in the Owl Library. I want to see the Navy Library. I want to see the Navy classes. Good. The fact that Garp was a professor, isn't that's something, right? And then like I'm sorry, I'm skipping in the chapter. My back is broken, so like we get to places where we get to places. But like Saul just comes in with a PhD, my guy. What the hell is that? When did he get that? He landed
22 years, Ohara. Man.
He landed on Ohara as a bumbling buffoon. He was, because like, not bumbling buffoon, but like he looked at Sengoku's like, man, these scholars, they're just studying history, brother. And then they're just like, fuck history, kill them all. And then Saul's just like, man, I wonder what they're studying. Like, he had no clue. And then fast forward, now he's teaching on Elbaf as a doctor, professor, teacher guy.
I think that makes sense, man. 22 years is a long time.
I guess, but it's also, but remember what I said last chapter? I was like, shouldn't Saul, like, I guess, yeah, it's a long time, but he showed up. And the king already gave him everything.
Because he's the only person interested, man. Like, no other giant wants to do this. Come on.
Yeah, but what does he know that they, like, you know what I mean? Like, some of the stuff was kind of interesting. We talked about this part during the stream. Well, actually, let's get to the library stuff, and then we'll talk more.
Well, we'll get to the library here in a minute. But
yeah.
So after Luffy thanks him, we see that Lilith actually jumps up and says, yo, like, I'm Vegapunk. You know, I'm that girl. And it's kind of interesting because Saul says, wait, how the heck are you flying?
Yeah.
And I thought that was fascinating because last chapter, Lilith was like, oh, yeah, you know, hover technology, all this, like clouds and bubbles, they can all exist here. So it's like, yo, like, does Saul not know about that?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, I was more on the thing where he's probably just like, where is your bubble?
Oh.
Where is...
Or yeah, like, only Vegapunk does this.
Well, no, it's like she's not using any of the stuff that Elbaf uses to fly.
Yeah.
No sunstone, no bubbles.
Oh, no. What I meant is like Vegapunk said, like, kind of matter of fact, like, oh, like hover technology can exist here, as if he's tried it out before or like tested it out. So that's why I was kind of like, that's what I'm like, wait, how does Saul not know? Like, because he's the guy who literally hanged out with Vegapunk back in the past when he came here.
Yeah.
So Vegapunk back in the day must have deduced that hover technology works here. So I was assuming that maybe Saul like would know this, but maybe he's just also confused by who this is, right? Maybe he's like, oh, hover technology, that's Vegapunk's thing. Like, what is this girl doing here? Why is she flying?
I mean, in a page or two, the circumstances of that Vegapunk is also just interesting as well.
Yeah, they threw it out,
because
man.
the Saul the Vegapunk that Saul met is like an extra. It's so crazy.
A +1. Describe.
Yeah, not even a you care about a +1. You have to RSVP that +1. This is an outfit you put in the closet and you forget about.
Yeah, it's like a bodysuit. So Jinbei whips out what he brought over from Egghead, and it turns out that it is another Vegapunk. Literally, a replica, a perfect copy of Stella, the one that visited this island 20 years ago. And, I mean, this is great because it makes Jinbei's job on Egghead feel that much more important. Because at first he was just on box duty, and I think we made fun of him a couple of times for it. Like, oh, like all these fights are going down. Like, I mean, what is Jinbei doing, man?
Wait, you know what's ironic about?
What's up?
It's because I was talking about this at the beginning of the stream, but like when I looked at this, I was like, man, Jinbei's really like the dad of the Straw Hats, because like all the Straw Hats are just like fucking around, doing whatever they want, and he's left to pack in the car. Like, and that's what I had to do for the last few weeks, like, because I was moving back and forth in places. Like, everything was in shambles, and I have to pack the car, lift up everything, do every stuff. And so, like, I was really resonating with Jinbei, and that shit hit me like a truck this morning, I guess. So I just, like, it connected the dots, because I was talking about this yesterday. But, yeah, it does, you know what? So, you're right. It makes what Jinbei was doing a lot more meaningful. We look back at it. I never gave him shit for having to be the luggage guy. I think that was just Twitter. But I was just kind of like, because he also had to run after Zoro too. You know what I mean? The other baggage of Egghead.
I just thought it was funny because, oh my god. I just thought it was funny because, like, in general, like, Jinbei could definitely be on multiple battlefronts. I was like, bro, Jinbei boxing? Yeah. I would have put, like, Usopp or somebody else on that, no offense, but... Or maybe Brook, because he's so lightweight, he could just like run and deliver things immediately almost. Not to do an entire
tangent here, but if there was one, like this is a tough thing to say, but like if I could go back to Egghead and give one of the Straw Hats like it's not even that really like far off kind of thing, I would give Jinbei the Seraphim's S Sharks swim power. And that would be correct. Imagine Jinbei getting the Swim fruit. That would be so insanely helpful for his character. Because that's what he did on Onigashima. He literally was just everywhere as like the firefighter. Like, oh, let me hold this ceiling up. Oh shit, I shouldn't do that. Let me just go do all these things, help out. And he was kind of like just everywhere, all like just kind of like patching up different fronts, like you're saying, different battlefronts. Give him the swim power, and he could just swim through buildings and everything, just helping people out. It'd be so sick.
Yeah, but like he wouldn't be able to swim in the ocean anymore, though.
You know, but it's green blood, so you could like take it off, right?
Yeah, but okay, but we don't know if that's the case yet. Like with green blood, sure. Like we theorize that you can put it in your bloodstream and then dispose of it whenever you want, and then you could swim again, but we don't know that for sure. Like that's just a theory still.
Okay, but realistically, ever since we got Jinbei,
go for it.
I'm trying to remember it, because ever since we got Jinbei is the important one. Before he joined, he was useful in water, but after he joined, he hasn't really done fishman. I mean, like, he would still be able to do, like, water stuff. He just can't swim in the water. You know what I mean? So, like, I guess on Onigashima, when the water...
I don't know, man. There was Film Red? Somebody threw a bucket of water at Luffy, and that guy... Dude, Luffy was drained. A bucket of water.
Yeah, but there's other Straw Hats that can... Sanji. We got Sanji. What are we talking about?
No, what I'm saying is that Jinbei, like, would he be able to use Fisherman Karate and, like, touch water at that point?
Oh, yeah.
You think so?
He would. Right? I feel like, but he also he doesn't just have Fishman Karate. He has Fishman Jujutsu. Like he could just, he doesn't need to do the karate anymore. He has like the magic. There's two sides. There's two schools of fishmen's, karate and jujutsu.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like until we get it confirmed that he can actually do that, I say it's safer to not put in green blood in Jinbei. I mean, that was a huge thing for Fisher Tiger, bro. Like he wanted human blood. Now imagine green blood. That's like the blood of aliens.
Or like octopuses, right?
I thought octopuses have blue blood.
Oh yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah,
something has green
blood. Blue.
Bugs. I think bugs have green blood.
Yeah, I think certain bugs do. Plants too as well, right? Or certain flowers. No, that's just dye.
Yeah, that's not blood. They don't bleed blue.
Yeah,
bleed green. Yeah.
Would you want plants to bleed blood in real life? Or would that be like too scarring?
There's a tree? I'm pretty sure there's a tree
like tree
that
sap?
when you cut it. Yeah. When you cut the tree, it releases red, so it looks like it bleeds.
Oh.
Yeah, and it looks horrifying.
Huh.
Yeah, I forget what tree it is. I'm pretty sure this is a thing. Like you could just search it up, like tree that bleeds. Let's see, tree.
I bet back in the day, people like saw that tree and they're like, "Yo, our village is cursed. Like, like we gotta make a sacrifice quick."
There we go. Here it is. Oh, wait, Sai. This is a One Piece theory. Waiting.
Oh, stop. Is it called the treasure tree Adam or Eve or something?
Drakenia cinnabari.
Never mind. What the hell? What?
The Socotra. Oh, that's the scientific name.
Oh, okay.
The Socotra dragon tree or dragon blood tree is a dragon tree native to the Socotra archipelago, located in the Arabian Sea. It's named after the blood-like color of its red sap that the tree produces.
Wait a minute. Oh, maybe that's the Eve tree.
And
Dragon blood up at Madri's Raw with the dragons. My God.
So it's funny because if you look up the tree, you've seen this tree before. This is like the tree that they like famously always do when they show you like, oh, like this looks like an otherworldly part of Earth, like like those scenes where it's like this is Earth, but it's like it looks like Mars. Like this tree is famously in a bunch of those pictures, and it to describe it to people, the canopy is like one like mushroom top, and underneath it looks like mushroom gills, but instead it's like the branches, but the branches look like the root of the tree. So picture a tree's root, flip it upside down, and put a tree canopy on top. That's what this tree looks like.
That sounds horrifying.
Crazy. Yeah, and then it bleeds red when you cut it.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one.
Yeah. This tree gotta show up in One Piece.
I think it could. I mean, we don't know anything about the Adam or Eve tree, which in this chapter we'll get to, but Franky's like, hey, you guys go to the library, man. Like, I want to see this tree, right? Like, he says that, so it's like, yo, I kind of want Franky to go there, man. What's up?
Wait.
What's up?
What if the books on Elbaf are indestructible?
Stop. No, stop. Okay, wait. No, stop. I know where you're going with this. Stop, Par.
Adam Tree paper?
You memester. No. Yeah, Adam Tree paper? Adam Tree binders? Oh my God. Yeah, dude, yeah. Good one.
We could sell a fortune at Staples.
Damn, what would you do if you had a tree like this? Would you make things out of it, or would you like preserve the tree?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, yeah, we preserve it, but part of making stuff out of it is preserving it. Like, only an idiot would cut it down so you can never use it again. You gotta take its firstborn children and keep procreating it.
Oh,
you gotta promise Neverland it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Promise Neverland. What a crazy show. So bad.
Yeah. Very tragic.
Yeah. So speaking of Promised Neverland, Vegapunk is no longer going to be in the Promised Neverland of Heaven. Instead, he's going to be brought back to life. Lilith, all she has to do is make a lab here. So we kind of confirmed that we're leaving her behind, which is kind of cool. You know, like it was a big debate. Like, oh, is Lilith going to join us for Laugh Tale? Is she going to, join us for the final war? I think she still will be there for the final war, but we are leaving her here. She's not going to go to Lodestar, Laugh Tale, all that stuff. But overall, I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, it makes sense that Vegapunk is still alive. Like, he is a genius. I mean, he is that guy, right? Like, we don't even know what constitutes death for him. Like, as long as Punk Records is there, Vegapunk is there, in my opinion.
Yeah, and me and you had been contemplating, like, basically, for the longest times, like, where's the next lab? Does he go back to Wano, make a lab there, or does he go to Elbaf and make a lab there? Yeah. And I remember, like, we were kind of just like, I mean, at that point when we talked about it, it wasn't like it mattered per se. So it was just the potential is like, okay, we believe the Egghead's gonna get rocked, so he's gonna relocate. The irony is we believed that Vegapunk would die, but we were just like, but he's still gonna relocate.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, bro.
That's how convoluted that conversation era was like, we believed he would die, but we believed it didn't really matter. And we were skipped all of that, and we're just like, so Wano's the next step? Or is it like, does he go with Neo Max? Or does he die in Lilith and York? And like, it is essentially that. But I do want to point out a small difference, which is like something that we like, the meaning of Stella, this copy, is interesting right now because we don't even know Lilith's circumstance. Because like, I'm looking at the dialogue that TCB gives us. Now then, let's stop dilly-dallying. Is that something Lilith would say? And then she goes on to say, that's why I intend to build a new lab right here. I almost wonder if that's something that Stella had always, like, that was in the machinations, prior to, the 2-week plan or whatever. Was Elbaf always in the cards, like, for Stella? And the reason why that's the case is because what did Lilith receive? What was that, like, aha that she had on the ship / what Atlas did to her? What was that? What did she receive from that? And is it just like Stella's consciousness in her, or is it just the plans? Or is like, when she says that's why I intend to build a new lab here, is that Lilith deciding that, or is that the 2-week plans deciding that, or is that Stella deciding that, like, currently? Like, what is the difference right now in this? And I'm like, it's like, picking at hairs or whatever, but like, it is kind of interesting because the whole thing about having a copy of Stella is just, it feels redundant. Like, you know what I mean? Because we already have all, like you said, if Punk Hazard's here, we already have him. What's the point of having the body in the first place if you could just have the consciousness? Do we need the body? Does the body do anything? Like, we already know that without the body, the Punk record stays, the power stays. So then what's the point of the body? It almost seems like it's safer without the body. You know what I mean? Because then you don't have the target. It's just kind of interesting, Well,
I mean, at this point, right, but the world government doesn't know that Vegapunk's still alive. So he's technically under the radar. People aren't going to go after him.
No, but that's what I'm saying. With it, like, you resurrect the body, now there's a target. Without the body,
but if people don't know you're there, like, if people don't know there's already a target there, then, you should be good.
But what's the point of resurrecting a target if it's not needed?
Another hand in the lab.
Why would you create the old decrepit one? Why not like a useful?
Because he likes his old body, it's his skin, bro.
Is it? This is a replica. So. This is a replica.
But at least it feels like home.
Sai, if
it feels like home.
I cloned you, and your first. Okay, no, actually, that I would agree with that one too. Never mind.
Yeah, that's just how it is. And also, when it comes to Lilith saying dilly-dallying, I feel like that is what Lilith would say, because at the beginning of Egghead, remember we saw that Lilith was speaking like an old man, and there was the whole thing like, oh, is this Vegapunk? Like, what's happening? Did Vegapunk take over this body? Like, they made sure to write that translator note.
Huh.
Yeah, so that was always a thing, like Lilith speaking like an old person, which is why a lot of people already assumed that Lilith was VP, like a real VP.
Interesting.
Yeah, but as far as like why I intend to build a new lab here, that could just be a decision they made like over the course of coming to Elbaf. But the more baffling part is when we see Bonnie walk up saying, "Hey, will that lab will that help my dad?" And then Lilith just says, "That's the plan." Like, yeah, like, of course we're gonna bring your dad back. And it's like, bro, what?
Yeah.
Like, I get it, right? Vegapunk makes sense, Saul makes sense, but Kuma. I don't mind Kuma coming back, but we got to find out how, right? Like, because Kuma is 100% machine, but him turning into a machine wasn't what killed him necessarily. It's him losing his consciousness and memories. Yeah. The memory bubble dissipated. So
from what we know.
From what we know. So the fact that we can bring him back must mean that we either have a USB chip, like a PS1 memory card, or maybe the Buccaneers have residual memories in their body. Because there's something going on with the Buccaneers, right? Because like Vegapunk's like, oh, like, you know, something about these Buccaneers, their special powers, blah blah, and we never knew what it was.
Yeah. Or the weird. Okay, so that the reason why I said from what we know is because Vegapunk already superseded what Kuma's bubble was supposedly like allowed to do, in the sense that like what he said when he was on Sorbet Kingdom was that if he doesn't take the bubble, the pain / the bubble returns to the owner, like after a certain amount of time. So someone has to receive the thing. If that doesn't happen, it just goes back.
Yeah.
So that being said, Vegapunk kept that bubble preserved for 2 years. 2 years. I think you're right. 2 years. So Vegapunk must have figured out at least how to make it so that bubble does not return back. But separately to that bubble isn't necessarily, that's just his memories. That's not his consciousness.
Yeah.
Because his consciousness was wiped in that machine. That same machine that Vegapunk sat in with Shaka and, was it Pythagoras? Right? Pythagoras, yeah. Vegapunk. I'm not saying that's the same machine, but it was in a similar vein as what they did when they wiped their two weeks. That's what Kuma got into, and there was no bubbling involved. Because otherwise Kuma would have to like press on himself and then put the bubble out. That memory bubble was probably done beforehand, and it's not like Kuma removes his memory. That's just a copy of his memory. So that isn't even his consciousness. Vegapunk, from what we know, can't return the consciousness, but like what you're saying, on top of that, we also don't even have his memories. So the only person in reality that should know his memories is Vegapunk himself and Bonnie. And I say that because Vegapunk has perfect memory, so if he ever interacted and safely viewed Kuma's memory, which is what he kind of told Kuma in the first place, he was like, don't worry, I have a way to preserve it, then Vegapunk himself has a perfect copy.
Like copy and paste it?
Yeah, and the other person would be Bonnie since she just saw it. So it might be like she has a fresh version, but we don't know how that would work either because they don't have the Paw fruits. So like that doesn't even... Well, actually, no, they have Kuma, so they could... I guess they don't have S... I feel like S Bear would be the better way to get the Paw fruit than from the decrepit, you know.
But we don't know. Like, we don't know what they brought. Like, for all we know, they could have green blood with the Paw fruit in it.
True. You're
could
right.
Just have that.
That's true. They could do that. They could, but just at the end of the day, like you said, there's not a real like if having a lab was all they needed to bring Kuma back. They had a lab. Like, and then how about this? Like, Stella can make a perfect copy and replica of himself and like store it and put him in the shadows and then just like reboot him now, and apparently it'll be fine. Why couldn't he just do that with Kuma? Just like,
hey, the world government was watching, Par. He couldn't act carelessly. No. He couldn't act carelessly, man. It happens.
What do you mean? He did act carelessly. He literally did everything.
And guess what? He got caught. He got caught.
No, he didn't.
He got caught.
Saturn got bootied and bodied, and was like...
But he got caught, though. What do you mean? Like, that's why Saturn came there in the first place.
No, he didn't. What
do you mean?
They got
Do you forget the Buster call?
Wait, hold on. They did not get caught because of the Kuma stuff.
Because there was no Kuma stuff going on.
Yeah? Vegapunk,
what I'm saying is that they got caught researching the poneglyphs. They literally researched the poneglyphs and they got caught, and then boom, Saturn and the Marines showed up.
They didn't get caught. No.
What do you mean they didn't get caught?
They still didn't get caught. They got snitched on, and they didn't even believe the snitch.
But
they didn't even believe the snitch.
Getting caught versus being snitched on, it's the same thing. They got caught.
It's not the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
They got caught.
Not even close. Sorry, it's not even close because they sent 4 CP teams and they all got kidnapped. Not one of them was able to report back, and nobody
But by
knew
not
that
reporting back, you essentially got caught. Like, that's telling your hand.
No.
Yes. They got caught.
No. My version of getting caught is when Vegapunk's message goes out, none of them would be like, I wonder what he knows. I wonder what he's gonna say. They literally
I wonder
didn't
if somebody's
know that
had this conversation before.
They literally didn't know about the poneglyph stuff until like later on. The CP 5, 7, and like 4 all got kidnapped, so they sent CP 0 to go investigate, and they got buster called because they didn't let CP0 on the island and started blasting them. And then they didn't trust that, so they went anyways. They didn't trust York, period. And like the crazy part is that they wanted Mother Flame. Like, the poneglyph stuff was like separate. It was like
an excuse to come over there. But let me tell you, nobody's had this conversation before of whether or not getting snitched on count as getting caught. But I'm gonna tell you right now, they got caught. They got caught. They got got. If they tried to make a copy of Kuma, man, they would have been cooked years ago.
Getting caught. Okay. See. So I'm doing you a favor with this dialogue, because if they got caught and they still failed to stop the broadcast in the terrible way, and the Saturn died as a punishment for it. Like, let's just give it to them side. They were caught flat-footed. The Gorosei were caught flat-footed, and they were reacting to a crazy scenario. But
okay, but here's the thing. Like, imagine... No. The Gorosei doesn't need that excuse, because it's already there, right? Like, they heard a house call, like, oh, we gotta go kill Vegapunk, whatever. And then they get there and a Yonko's there. They get there and Vegapunk has multiple bodies. Like, they were always on the flat foot. Like, we don't have to give them the whole thing of like, oh, okay, like, they knew beforehand.
If you're saying that the multiple bodies is not a surprise, CP0 was informed about that, first of all. Second of all,
but they still said that was really weird. I mean, they didn't meet him.
If having multiple bodies, well, second of all, actually no, this one doesn't count, because the Cypher Pole team that saw Shaka was captured and never released or something.
Captured by their snitch.
Actually, no, they weren't captured. No. Actually, that time Shaka and Vegapunk, or Stella, was with Cypher Pole, and Cypher Pole didn't catch anything. They sent them back. It was only in the last 3 months that the Cypher Pole team got kidnapped. But prior to that, I'm pretty sure they were in the clear. Shaka and Stella were handling it, and they weren't being caught. And that's why
being
when
snitched
Stella
on equates to being caught. It's the same thing.
Okay. See, this is like a PR thing. If they caught Vegapunk on the poneglyph stuff, that's completely separate, because every single, hey, Vegapunk, don't pull a fast one, I'm a man of science. No, you're not. He pulled a fast one on every front on Kuma. Every front.
But here's the thing, right?
He didn't listen to you a single goddamn time.
Vegapunk's tested his luck so many times against Saturn, he didn't want to test it one more time with Kuma. I understand. Like, yeah, it makes sense why they don't have a Kuma backup ready to go. But I do think that they have Kuma's memories in the cloud, though. And, you know, I feel like there's a lot of ways we could do it. We talked about it, but that's just how it is. Like, Kuma's going to come back, and it makes sense. It makes sense that there's not a Kuma clone ready to go. Maybe S-Bear could have been that, but S-Bear isn't here with us.
Sai, you are Kuma.
Yes, go for it.
Vegapunk tells you you have no options. You are looking down on from heaven at the situation right now. Saul is seeing Lilith. Lilith goes 20 years ago, not 4 years ago, not 2 years ago when I wiped you and I told you I had no other options. 20 years ago, I made a replica of myself to undermine the world government, to go to illegal locations away from them, to pull a fast one so I wouldn't be caught for 20 years because I smuggled Ohara books to
I mean, that makes sense. Here's the thing, right? Vegapunk has to look after number one. Kuma's number 2. You always gotta look after number 1 first. And then plus, like, how would you explain the money, right? Like, I'm sure they budget. I'm sure the world government audits, like, what Vegapunk's spending on. Like, he already made a clone of himself. Like, that's a lot, right? That's a lot of money. How could he explain building another Kuma?
Oh, I don't know. Hide it with the like hundreds of other ones you made already. Maybe not make 50 Mark IIIs, make 49.
But the government inspectors are going to look at the pacifistas and say, wait, this one looks a little bit off. Like, this one looks like a clone of Kuma.
Because they're keeping count? Brother, they didn't even confiscate them back.
Now you have to give the Marines a pass on this one. Like, yeah, they have been keeping count. It's good.
No, they haven't. The Marines were blasting them and killing them on the island and being in pain. Like, I don't even know how much this shit costs, bro. Like,
no.
No, you literally gave the exact scenario. How would Vegapunk possibly hide Kuma? I don't know, in the fleet of Kumas that he was sanctioned to make. It's like the iRobot thing. There's that one robot out of 100. It's super easy to hide. Like, it's way easier than hiding.
But what if Saturn came by, a man of science, and he sniffed out that one of them was off? Like, see, you're not thinking about Saturn in this great limelight.
He couldn't do that with the one in front of him.
He's old, Par. I mean, you're making fun of somebody who's like over 200 damn near years old.
Listen,
like, I feel for my elders, man.
Listen, I'm with Saturn. I broke my back. I need a walking stick too, but you couldn't catch me flat-footed like that in any timeline. That's crazy.
I saw somebody say that now that Vegapunk and Kuma are coming back to life, Saturn just lost like across the board on Egghead. The only thing they got was York and the Mother Flame, which is huge, but they didn't accomplish any of these other missions, man. That's looking rough out there for Saturn.
Saturn wasn't even the one who got those things, right?
I mean, it was his mission, so he gets like credit for it, right?
Yeah, but I think there's like
who would you give credit for York's York's safe return? I think Saturn gets the credit.
Wait, how did they get my brain's frazzled. The Mother Flame.
Yeah.
Did they ever show like that transfer happening?
No. We assume it happened like off screen, right?
Yeah, it's just like how, and I'm just saying because like Saturn was literally face to face with it, and we can't give him the credit still. Like
no. Saturn was in the room; he gets the credit.
No. Instead, he went face to face with Emmett, and he was like, "Damn, I fucked up with you. You're the reason I'm dead now, brother." That's our final conversation. He didn't even go to the Mother Flame or York. He met his maker, which was Emmett, and he didn't even get to have the conversation. That's another L. He was like face to face. Emmett shut down, so he's just sitting there with like a dead robot, and then Emu goes bye and just fucking deletes him off the planet, which is like crazy.
Man, Saturn. Somebody said that we might resurrect him and see him again soon.
Dude, that would be so much
That'd be so funny. That'd be so funny.
Like, the guy never... And you know what's the worst part of that, Sai? Is that when he gets resurrected, if pray to God, if he gets resurrected, he's going to be handled the same way. He's going to be used as the punching bag. He's going to be used as
Okay. Imagine Saturn gets put in a younger body, though. Listen, like his prime body.
I think one of my favorite conversations we had throughout Parcast. This is an exaggeration completely. I'm completely exaggerating how happy I was. But the copium you had before Saturn died, towards the end of Egghead, you were like, but Par, what if we see Saturn fighting in his lab? How strong is he?
Oh, wait. Isn't that huge, though? Like, if Vegapunk is so smart he has a clone, a replica of himself, would it not make sense that Saturn has a replica at Marie Joie? Maybe Emu killed Saturn here because he's like, hey, Saturn, maybe it's, I need you to lock in and go into your better body. Yeah, Emu didn't say anything, right? Saturn just said, please, Emu, no. I don't want to go to my younger body. Like, we didn't hear that part, but we didn't hear that part. I mean, that's all it is.
Yeah, no, Emu, not my younger body. No,
Emu, don't make me resurrect. Like, we don't know, man. Like, we could literally see a better younger Saturn at Marie Joie. And it'd be crazy, man. Like, he'll run it back. Maybe just like how people want Rob Lucci to come back, and there's the whole Rob Lucci awakening. Maybe Saturn will awaken again, but to a better form.
Laughing is so hard right now. Every time my lungs expand, my back.
Saturn 2.0. Maybe. A One Piece movie should be announced this weekend. Imagine it's One Piece film Saturn.
I know that
One Piece film Saturn, and then it's like, Saturn's second coming, like Broly second coming. Oh man, yeah. Who's better? Who's a better villain, Broly or Saturn? I don't know. You guys tell me. Lock in on the comment section, please.
No. You need to be locked up for comparing Saturn to Broly. Someone stop this.
Who would win, Dragon Ball Z, Broly, or Saturn? You guys tell me. Yeah, Broly's the legendary Super Saiyan, but Saturn's a man of science.
Saturn can resurrect infinitely. He can't do anything.
Oh, Saturn's responsible for the birth of Bio Broly. Where it becomes like that chemical mutant. Yeah. Put Saturn in that lab, man.
The best version of Broly, famously.
Yeah, of course. So for the One Piece movie, I mean, it's a rumor. So, I mean, maybe by the time this video comes out, you guys will know, like, it's already announced. But Toei has unannounced movies in the next fiscal year. There's 2 unannounced ones, and they expect it to gross, like, a stupid amount of money. Like, top 10 numbers are what they're kind of projecting. And people are like, like it's got to be like either Dragon Ball or One Piece at that point, right? Their 2 biggest IPs. I think there's like another IP that's also really popular in Japan, but since there's 2 movies, like I think it's pretty fair to say that One Piece is going to be one of them, considering it's been a while since Film Red. And we already heard from the Jinbei voice actor that shortly after One Piece Film Red ended, they started recording another One Piece movie almost right away, or at least for the voice lines. I'm sure like the anime took a longer time to make, but yeah, I think it's about time it gets revealed. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a late 2025 release. I could definitely see that. And
I mean, and that's how
what do you think it's going to be about? Like film. You said you want film Saturn, right?
Shut up. No. Franky. Like I mean, it's weird to say that Film Red is old. You know? It just feels odd. But it's been
like
3
years, right?
So. Yeah, two
and a half,
like
ish.
Yeah, about it's been a decent amount of time, and I mean that's how these IPs go. Like they don't stop. Once they finish that first movie or Film Red, sorry, not first movie, the next one's already in the pipeline. And it's just the thing that I'm scared about, and I say scared very like literally is because
sorry,
like not the end, but the director of Film Red knew the ending of One Piece, and the director of Film Red knew the ending of One Piece, and so you could look at his manifestation of Oda's bullets as like, okay, well, Oda obviously taught Musica, all that stuff. That's not like made up. That's like from Oda, but like how it looked and all that stuff, like that is
the dimensions, the characters, all that
from a very respected director, like person in the industry. And I'm not saying I dislike the movie, and I'm not saying that the movie was bad. And it's just scary to see a window towards the end. And a lot of these movies preface an arc. And those movies are kind of like sandbox versions of the thing. Stampede is a great example where it's a battle royale over like a Yonko degenerate, like not a Yonko, like a golden era degenerate, which was Bullet on Roger's crew. Yeah, and Kaido on Rox's crew, where he's like a 20-year-old guy, like, I want to beat everyone up. That was like Bullet was. and then you just see Bullet box everyone, and that was sick. That was cool. And like then we see that on Wano and Onigashima, and you know, whether people like it or not, that at the end of the day you look at Stampede and you look at that and you're like, oh, I can see how this was supposed to preface Wano.
And then there's Luffy, Guild of Sorrow, all them.
Exactly. Every single, all the way back to Strong World when Oda became involved in the movies, like as an executive producer. And so moving forward, that's going to be even more the case unless we diverge from Oda's trend. And so that's why it's scary, because whatever next movie is, if like that window is like right here towards the end, what the One Piece is, and that's like, I'm not saying I won't like the movie. I'm not saying that I just want to see them, you know.
We could say that with
I'd rather see the spoilers than I would like a window of like some parallel weird version of what the ending's supposed to be like, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, like even Film Red, right? Like we can't really draw too many parallels yet, but we can already imagine where they're going. Like Taught Musica was a real magical demon. It wasn't just Uta's Devil Fruit. It was a real magical demon in a demon realm. It existed in the world of One Piece. And then we had music being a big thing. And then we know that Gear 5th is powered by music. Emmett was woken up by the drums of liberation. Elbaf has music here, where Dornberg were talking about the party music. It's like, yeah, like that might just be Film Red right there. Right? It could give that is a window into like what One Piece's end game will be like. We'll probably see demons. We already got magic circles. I mean, like we're right there.
And to add to the flame, like you said, it wasn't even her devil fruit. Instead, it was ancient glyph music that she like sang correctly to resurrect this demon thing that was locked away in some like and even more cryptic. It was like if you took Alabasta, you took Zoe, you took Fishman Island, you combine Skypiea, you took all of these like more cryptic parts of the story, the cryptic parts of those parts of the story, you combined it, and then you create some like amalgamation Gundam, not Gundam, like demon monster in another dimension, and the Straw Hats are fighting it, and
with everybody.
They're not fighting it with non-canon powers. No. Shanks, specifically the red-haired pirates, all their powers from that movie, canon.
They're all like, canon, yeah. And then even the powers we don't see in the movie are canon for Shanks as well, like the cancellation hockey, you know, the crazy future sight. And then he went into like how the other red-haired pirates fight in like a data book. And it's like, yeah, that's all canon. Like that's all like literal information from Oda.
And like the emphasis point there is a very, very obvious, like in our face correlation here, which is Elbaf, right? Film Red prefaces Elbaf. In reality, I would argue that, you know, Egghead is not filler, but like in the scheme of, hey, wait, Par, what is Film Red supposed to reflect? I don't know, the last saga or the next major arc, which, you know, Egghead was kind of like, it is a major arc, obviously, but it's the appetizer. It's like the intro. It's like, now we know that the world is flooding. Now we know the landscape
demons
of
exist.
The final... demons, magic. Like, we got introduced to a major power structure that prior to Egghead, if you had said magic is in One Piece, people would fight you. People would literally shank you. Like if you saw somebody and told them, like, oh, Shake's baby daddy has magical powers, and it's like, no, stop talking slander on my red hair baby daddy. It's like some random garbage like that. And it's like, no, there's magic. Like, we're literally this oh my god, my neck. Literally this chapter, that guy or someone who looks just like him just used that magic. It's like,
yeah, it's a lot. I mean, yeah. I know you dislike it, but I love it. I love the window into like how One Piece will end. Like this next movie, like you said, this next movie will show us like what Oda's thinking, or like what the end game of One Piece is going to look like, because everybody working on it knows the ending of One Piece. They know what Laugh Tale is, and I'm actually pretty excited for it.
I wouldn't say, like, because that's why I was emphasizing scary. I'm not afraid. You know, not afraid. I'm not that I won't like it. I liked Film Red. I liked a lot of the components of Film Red. My thing is like this, like I was saying, I'd rather get the spoilers than like a spoiler version of like some guy trying to like, it's like the gifs. Imagine instead of getting the spoilers, you just got an hour-long gif telling you what the spoilers were. You know
it's
what
like
I mean?
Jason,
I'd rather just
right?
get the spoilers. Yeah. At that point, I'd just rather get the spoiler than like a weird mythical cryptic version that like whatever. I'd rather just get the ending. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm more.
Oh no, I like both, man. I'm greedy as hell.
Yeah, I guess another version of to say, like, it's like Stampede. Stampede, it's like, oh, there's just like this Yonko level dude who just boxes everybody. That shit was sick. I love that. And like, you know, you could say like, oh, that's what Roof Piece is gonna be like. And you're kind of right. But I also liked Roof Piece separately. And I saw it, you know what I mean? So it's like, that one was fine. And it's like, it was far enough separated that it didn't bother each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as we get towards the ending, like, how much closer to Demon Overlord from Top Musica can you get without like just showing us exactly what we're gonna get? You know what I mean?
I think what could happen is that this is my guess. I think the next villain of the One Piece movie will be a villain from the Void Century.
Ooh.
I think it's gonna be like some Baki Hanma stuff where they unfroze a caveman and he was over here fighting the whole tournament. I think it might be like that, where like there's like an iceberg, and then because the waters are rising or whatever, the ice is melted, and now there's this guy from 900 years ago, and he knows about the Void Century, but you know it's like close to the ending, but it's not the ending. So it's just this like,
see, that's creative enough. I like that. That's cool, right? And that's exactly what I mean by like you. It's obvious that Oda wants to show us the ending without showing us the ending, right? Yeah. He's like, that's kind of what he's been doing, and he's the king. Like, you know, some people are like, oh, but Par, you talk about all these parallels of Enies Lobby and Saba Odi to Egghead, blah blah. Isn't that just bad writing, recycled writing? I was like, yeah, but that shit's good. Like, I fucking eat that shit up. You know what I mean? And so, like, you know, you could look at what you just said. Some like prehistoric, melting ancient monster thing comes out, and then they fight it. That's sick, and it's close enough to like, hey, isn't that kind of similar to Emmett? I think like we got that in the story, and then so we get a adjacent version of that, and it's not the same thing the Strats will go through, but it's close enough to give us a window into the ending, and that's creative enough. The question is, or are we just gonna get like some random demon monster that looks like basically?
It could
like
just be human. It could just be like an ancient race, or you know, something like that. And then I feel like how Film Red gave us the Fagarland thing, right? Like, oh, you know, that girl, is she Fagarland blood too? Like, maybe we'll get something like that where we get like Emu's full name, or like Joy Boy's full name, or just something silly.
The D Clan.
Yeah, the D Clan. Like, oh, this must be from the D Clan, huh? Like like
oh,
Luffy reminds me of blah blah blah.
Yeah, the monster's called Deus Ex Machina or something like that.
Oh my god.
The D stands for plot armor. Like,
ooh, maybe they like visit some of the islands and they're like, wait a minute, like, this isn't how I remember. Like, did the water levels rise? Like, we could get a lot of cool dialogue from a ancient villain.
Yeah. Like a Loki, like the character looks like a Loki type of thing, just like kind of like adjacent. Like, I'm imagining like a Bleach looking character. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
just
I'm imagining like a
sick.
Like somebody with a tail.
Ooh,
tail or horns
Goku
or something.
Out.
Yeah, just Goku.
Yeah, Kid Goku comes out.
Yeah,
he's Joy Boy. That'd be one of the craziest things. If Oda just gave up on the Void Century and just said Dragon Ball is the Void Century, and Shenron wished them into the One Piece world. Shenron is the Celestial Dragon. That'd be sick.
Oh my god.
They're living in
he's
a
the dragon
ball.
They worship. No, actually, I wouldn't like that because it's an Eastern dragon. I've had enough of Eastern dragons, man.
That's why you don't like the idea. It's because it's an Eastern dragon.
Yeah, I'm a little bit racist, man. I'm regionalist. If you're not from this side of the world, nah, dude. I mean, it's also because like we had Kaido, Momonosuke, and then I'm Asian, so my dad loves Eastern dragons, and I've seen them a lot. So it's like, dude, give me the Western dragon, man. Western dragons are cooler.
Find out like the One Piece world is like the 7-star Dragon Ball, and there's like 6-star Luffy, 5-star Luffy. They all gotta fight.
Okay, so Par is going too crazy. So his back is giving out on him. So we go on and we see a new character. I think you said it's your favorite giant Ange or Ange. And she's the person that Saul was practicing with, the person we saw last chapter that told us that Saul has fallen. And I'm gonna be honest, I got like some bad juju from this character. I don't know what it is, but like, because I think there's a mole in Elbaf. I think there's a giant that's not working for the cause or working with us necessarily. And I'm not talking about Roto specifically. So it could be Ange. I think Ange is like the quote cypher pole agent of the island.
Wait, couldn't it be? I mean, this is skipping from this is a point we talked about on the stream. Yeah. But
Mosa. I don't think this is Mosa.
Okay. Because like you were talking about Mosa in a mole in the library.
Yeah.
This person's pretty, they're good at acting. They're good at act. We know that they're already good at acting.
I'll talk about it here in a minute too, but for Ange, I get more like a villain vibe from her.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like, okay. By villain, do you mean like an instigator? Do you mean like a perpetrator? Like they're just messing shit up, or they're like a mastermind villain like Aizen?
No, I think they're just like an informant.
Okay,
yeah, and I'll talk more about this when we get to the Holy Knights as well. I mean, I know
Knights.
Yeah, Holy Knights. Oh my God, what?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're not there yet. Yeah, I realize that my theories for this chapter are kind of crazy, but I think that's how most theories are going to be this week, because we have so little information. Like we got like the base notes of our library, Ripley, Holy Knights, and all of this. Like we don't have enough to go off of yet, but we got inklings. So the Straw Hats run off though. Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro. Zoro's kind of weird. I don't know why he's like with them, but they all go off and they meet these giant kids, and the kids are yelling, "Yo, like, let's catch these people. Let's make them play prisoner. Let's lock them up." We got Roto's disciples over here essentially, and then the girls stop them, saying, "Hey, don't hurt the humans." And it's like the classic kindergarten stuff where like the boys are being boys, girls are being girls. And Usopp kind of asked the kids like, "Hey, we don't want to offend you guys, or we weren't offended either, but aren't you guys meant to be wild fighters willing to pillage and burn the seas themselves?" And the kids are like, "Wait, what are you talking about? That's dangerous, man. I'd rather stay inside on TikTok." And that is when Ripley comes in and says, "Those words are old-fashioned. It's not trendy anymore." And that these kids are all about the books. They know language. They can write. They can read. They can do math. These kids are educated. And how do you feel about that? Do you think Usopp's dreams were shattered? Do you think he cried inside when he learned that the brave warriors of the sea that he admired are being cold, essentially?
I mean, so I have to absorb this this version of translation. I do think this kind of diverges a little bit from the ones I read yesterday, but I think the same thing kind of stands where it's like, yeah, like the image of Elbaf has shifted. The question is how and why.
Yeah.
Is it just purely because of Saul's presence? That's library that seemingly like, because the school is from what we find out later, 20 years ago, started by Saul with the King Herald sanctioning it with the intention to change Elbaf's stature in the world, the reputation, etc. So the effect is being applied, and it's just interesting with like how Usopp, the previous translations, and obviously when Viz comes out I'll look at those too, but the previous translations made Usopp feel way more like pandering, whereas this one it's more, at least this is surreal. We weren't even offended by the shorty comments, and aren't you guys meant to be wild fighters willing to pillage and burn the seas themselves? Like even like this translation, like when did Dorian Brogy like give off that feeling? You know what I mean? Like I don't remember Oimo and Kashi or Dorian Brogy being like, "Oh, I can't wait to set that village on fire." Oh, yeah. You know what really gets me going in the morning? Seeing little puny humans roasted. Like
it's kind of funny that he says this, because like pirates aren't known for being good people either, per se. Like, the Straw Hats are good, of course, but it's like, yeah, like, Usopp's over here like, hey, aren't you supposed to pillage innocent civilians?
Yeah, and so I'm just being transparent here. Like, I have to absorb the connotation that Usopp has here. But even from this one and the last one, Usopp's being mad weird. And this guy needs to be checked. Like, these kids need to whoop ass.
Nah. I think he's in the land of his dreams, man. You know, the blood's flowing. He's excited. Yeah, like, I don't blame him.
Imagine, he didn't do this, like, on Punk Hazard, right? Like, Nami was like, yo, careful what you say to kids, man. Like, he's like, man, when are you guys gonna grow up to pillage villages and burn the seas themselves? Like, why would you say that to kids in the first place? Like, Usopp's being hella weird.
But this is Elbaf kids, though, right?
That's still weird. Like,
no, dude, okay. Imagine a bunch of kids that you know, right? The way you talk to them versus the way you talk to, like, Chinese kids would be completely different.
Absolutely not. But
what do you mean?
Stelly, this is like what Stelly would say.
Aren't you kids supposed to wake up at 6 a.m. and work at the Shin factory and making shirts? Like, absolutely dude. Like, that's how you'd speak to Chinese kids.
Absolutely not. And that again, like, this translation, right? If you had copy and pasted Stelly there with that bottom text, that would make Stelly's the one with the. And when does your drool start melting rocks? Does that happen at 7 or 9? Like
when do you guys kill your first innocent civilian, huh?
Yeah, like, it's literally like, I'm like, again, like, I almost want to go back to the other translation, because the other translation just made Usopp look weird. But now this one makes Usopp sound weird. It makes it sound like Stelly's talking, and he's going off of the crazy stereotypes that it's odd that Usopp even has, because from the giants that he's met, that none of them are like that. Dory and Broggy didn't say a single story about them doing this. Oimo and Kashi got their ass whooped by the Franky family, and their main thing was not pillage. They were protecting the peace.
maybe, right? Time has passed. We don't spend every second of the day with the Straw Hats. Maybe Oimo, Kashi, Dory, Brogy, and Harden told Usopp about how, you know, when they're not on their current islands, they go around killing people and setting villages on fire.
When did Harden ever give off the vibes of pillaging villages?
I mean, you can say the same thing for Dory and Brogy. Like, all of these guys are really nice. Like, when would they be like brave, wild warriors?
Well, no, but like, they were fighting for hundreds of years, but
fighting each other, though. It's a consensual tournament at that point.
Exactly. And so, like, this sentence doesn't reflect that. It doesn't reflect Stanson. It doesn't reflect anybody that Usopp has met, which is just like, what? You know what? Wait,
no. He could literally, I mean, you said earlier, he could be like Stelly, where he's heard stories of, like, oh, the giant spit, it melts rocks. Maybe Usopp's the same way. Like, he grew up hearing stories about how giants just went around killing people, and he said, yo, that's awesome.
No.
What do you mean, no?
See, what do you mean, no? The difference is Stelly's never met a giant. Usopp has met every single giant off of the island. But maybe he thought those
giants were different. That's all it is.
That's great. That's your analogy of the Chinese kids. Like, you've met every Chinese person off of China, and you still go to China, and you're like, something wrong.
Dumpling soup. Where's the soy sauce? That's so weird. You're telling me you guys don't work in the rice fields? Hey there, can you actually see out of those squinty eyes?
And I don't even think it's like, yeah, sure, without including the Navy, I think it's literally Usopp has met every single giant off of Elbaf. Every single one of them, and none of them give him this vibe or connotation. And
where's the firecrackers, yellow man?
And he does the most racist thing. Like, both translations still reflect that same core thing where Usopp just showed up and just did literally the something wrong. Did we drop? Oh, your name sounds like a spoon dropped down the stairs.
It's so funny, like. Your son's birthday's tomorrow. Like, imagine I buy him like an Indian toy, whatever that would look like. Your son will love this, Par.
You just buy
so
him
funny.
like I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't even know what a toy equivalent would be, but
you
just like
get
the
him
most
a turban.
stereotypical thing. Yeah. Hey, Par, I bought your son a turban. Here you go. I mean, I don't know if he likes this, but I'm just assuming, man. Come on, you see him?
Yeah, I'm sure. Do you guys get this
funny.
at 2 or 3? When do you guys start turbaning?
Like, so when did you learn English, huh? Just,
that's and then the
so
kids
funny.
have the
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, and then the kids have the very normal response, like, that's a little racist, old man. And then it takes the adult, and like on top of that, Usopp's like being all cognizant of giants, aware of giants. Meanwhile, he's standing on like the baddest
set of boobs, bro. Yeah, like, okay, how does that happen, right? Because like they're running. How do they end up on top of somebody? Like, did they jump and not know? like, oh my god, it's a hill! Quick! Like, how does that happen?
Like, Luffy's one thing, right? He's normally very unaware of very obvious things. That could be a character trait. Usopp has this entire arc so far has been so hyper aware of every surrounding. He's literally a sniper, and he can't figure out he's on the belt. And hey, listen, like, I don't know about Oda's proportions, but like when Oda drew Brogy or Dory holding Luffy in Little Garden, like Luffy was like this tiny speck on his hand. Meanwhile, Usopp is literally like 100% of her waist size, so he's not even like, she's not that much bigger. Like it's not like I'm standing on something that I can't see the end of, you know what I mean? If at that point, if I just lay down, she's the size of my bed. I know that I'm on a bed. If my bed was someone's belly button, I would know. I'd be like, what is this belly button lint doing here? What is this giant breast tissue doing above my head? Like, I don't know.
She was too caught up in the moment, you know?
It's just funny that it's just like Luffy's pass, whatever. He's always like this. Usopp, he's like, man, don't piss off the giants. Oh my god, that might be a giants thing.
There was an
he's
SBS.
like being racist.
There was an SBS where I think Oda, he said something akin to the fact that Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper get dumber when they're together because they match each other's vibe. I forgot who that was. I forgot who Oda was talking about, either Usopp or Chopper. But they're like, yeah, when they're together, they're just silly. That's all it is.
One of them is I don't know. One of them is the one where someone was asking, wait, Oda, how come Luffy's eyes popped out when Nami did her happiness punch on Alabasta? And it was because he's influenced by Usopp and Chopper and others, so that when they do it, he does it. And so that's why his eyes popped out at Nami and Vivi or whatever.
That's all
alone, he wouldn't have done that. But
it's like the boys just being boys. I mean, the thing is, Ripley, though, dude, she is the best giant design we have this far. Dude, honestly, I put her in the top 3 best like waifus.
You want to know what the first thing I said?
What's up?
I was like, yo, where does that line go?
That line's cool, bro. Here's the thing, man. Like, you know me, I don't like giants, but I do think that Ripley has changed my opinion on giants as a whole. I'm not even joking. Like, I look at giants more fondly now.
Yeah.
Like, I look at Dory and Brogy, and I'm like, yo, like, these guys are kind of cool now. Like, Oimo Kashi, yeah, dude. You're telling me the Nasu Juro killers? Yeah.
I go to school every day, man. Library,
yeah, no wonder why these kids attend class, man.
Yeah, you telling me Ripley, the last generation of warriors, is teaching class? Sign me up for night classes.
I know, she's the biology teacher? Be the anatomy teacher, my god.
Put me in detention.
Did you ever get into trouble at school?
I think I got detention one time.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, I don't know if I was in detention or I had to be in the same class as detention. Like, the teacher I had to stay with afterwards was hosting detention. So I was just with everybody in detention. But I mean, I got in trouble in school. I was a troublemaker.
Oh, yeah. That happens, dude. Yeah. But now look at you, throwing out your back.
Yeah, exactly.
And looking at drawings of giant women.
Yeah,
how the mighty have fallen.
But I got a pass at school. I got a pass because because my school wasn't exactly the best school. It was one of the only failing schools in our state. And so, but I was in competitions for like the state and like country. So like I couldn't get in trouble. So like, yeah, so I could like skip class and the science teacher couldn't do anything because I was the state fair winner. And I was like, yeah, what are you going to do now? I already got an A+ in the class because I won.
Yeah, they're afraid. They're like, I don't want to mess with this guy.
Yeah. It was me and my best friend. We got our names on plaques at the front of the school. And I remember one time we were like 7th grade or something. We were just like, yeah, if the vice principal catches us, what are we gonna do? We're gonna point at that plaque and be like, hey, what are you gonna do now?
We did this.
Vice principal.
We put you guys on the map. Just something silly.
Yeah, that was us. That was fun times.
So with Ripley though, we learned that she's the biology teacher. Do you think we'll meet other teachers here as well? Like a math teacher, social studies teacher, and all that?
Bro.
Do you think so?
I think there's going to be a music teacher.
A music teacher, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, biology is interesting because it's like, what do they teach? Like, do they... like, I don't know. It's just kind of interesting.
Yeah,
like,
what could these giants actually retain in those dumb heads of theirs?
Well, like, less so that, but like... I don't know. It's just the extension of biology, of medicine, and like surgery and doctors and stuff like that. Like, what is the extent that they do here with all of that? You know what I mean? Like, we never even seen this kind of education stuff on any of the other islands. So it makes you wonder, like, what impact that has here. But like, there's certain classes that, yeah, like I'd be curious if they have like a science. Well, they have biology, right? So like, you'd think that he would just group it with science, but like, is there like an astrology teacher with like suns and stars? Is there like,
cool.
Is there? I mean, there's clearly like a history teacher, right? So
yeah,
like,
history teacher is Saul, right?
Yeah. And so like, what is he teaching? Because 20 years ago, he just referred to them as savages. So he comes here, they give him a school, he becomes their history teacher. I guess he's teaching like world history and stuff like that, which is cool. But then it's like, what? I don't know. It's
what does their education look like?
Yeah, and then how much emphasis does the school even get right now? It makes you feel like you're about to just jump into a slice of life where we get into like an academy.
I wouldn't mind it, to be honest. That'd be kind of fun.
And they just like, yeah, and at minimum, like Robin, I'd imagine if we learn more, it's through Robin. Like seeing what they learn, what they teach. Maybe Robin becomes a substitute teacher for a little bit. Like that would be kind of cool.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, I mean, sign me up for those classes.
Imagine
too.
Like the Straw Hats teach classes and stuff. Like Chopper does biology for a minute. Robin does history, and then Usopp is like, "Hey kids, F these teachers, man. Let's go kill somebody."
Yeah, I mean that's what he.
I heard there's a village over here.
On Sierra Village, right? He just like kidnapped onion, pepper, and celery.
It'll be like Vinland Saga season 2. Like, I heard they have no men. They're off to war. We can kill the kids and the women while we have the chance. Let's go,
dude.
I heard you wanted slaves, kids.
The kids like disrespecting Robin, and then Robin Giganto Manos like disciplines them.
Oh, that'd be fun.
And they're and the kids are like, "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Robin." Like,
and then Usopp's like, "Well, kids, giants never apologize. Instead, you have to kill Robin now."
Yeah.
You gotta be a brave warrior, son.
Yeah, not like Usopp would be the flunky, right? Or Usopp, I don't know.
Usopp would be like, one of the people that want King Harold assassinated.
Wait, what? How would that? Where was the progression to that?
No, because King Harold is the one
lead to assassinating.
No. King Harold wants these kids to be educated. He opened up the school. I'm sure he gave them the funding. Like King Harold wanted Elbaf to be more about peace and trade and communication. Usopp would hate that. He's like, peace, trade, and Elbaf. Like, dude, maybe Usopp killed King Harold. Have you ever thought about that? I was
looking at it backwards. I thought you meant like because he's a flunky, he's of the profile the type of person to assassinate them.
Oh no! I'm just saying Usopp would hate King Harold. Like, I feel like if you put Usopp and King Harold in a room, we might walk out with like a different Usopp, bro. Like,
yeah, Usopp.
Oh my God,
Usopp had blood on his hands and face, and then we'd be like, "Where's that from?" He's like, "Don't worry about it."
Oh, and he's like carrying King Harold's head behind him, like dragging it across the room. Like, no more peace, no more mutants. We just had an
argument. Yeah. Clean up an aisle 5.
Like, Usopp sets the school on fire. That'd be kind of fun.
What the?
Usopp's like, giants don't need education. He just sets the whole Owl Library and Walrus Academy on fire. Ooh, yeah. That's huge.
What are these heinous like, I get it now because like before, but like I'm still like, flunk school becomes an arsonist. Like,
no, not forget the school part. I mean, Usopp, he wants the Elbaf kids to be brave warriors, man.
Yeah, he wants to set the seas themselves on fire. Which, you know what, is kind of like, can we just go back to that? Because he's like, I want to be just like the giants. I want to be a brave warrior of the sea. Is that what he thinks a brave warrior of the sea is like?
Oh, you're right. That is some inclination to his dream. Yeah,
right. Yeah, like
he aspires
to be a giant, and he's like, pillaging villages? That's right down my. I can't wait to tell Kaya about all the women.
I don't want to. Imagine the stories he comes back with. Kaya's like, "Oh, Usopp, how's your adventure?" "Well, let me tell you, Kaya, I've killed 50 virgins in the last week."
It's like, Kaya's just like I forget all the memes where she just goes wide-eyed. She's like, "What happened to the giant goldfish that eats islands, Usopp?" He's like, "Oh, that was the old Usopp. Brave warrior of the sea, Usopp eats children." Like,
yeah. There was once I can't say that. There was a bunch of kids I massacred the other day. It's a little bit better.
Dude, yeah, a little. You guys can tell where Sai was. That's Twitch side that almost came out.
Yeah. Almost cooked up a bad scenario there, but yeah, Usopp's kind of an interesting guy, and he doesn't really say how he feels about it, right? He just kind of talks about it, beats around the bush a little bit. I feel like next chapter we'll get more of Usopp, because we end off and the last thing he says is King Harold ? As if he really does not like that guy. Like, King Harold wanted peace, huh? And that's, because Ripley says, yeah, like our beloved late king, he said those wise words. He often clashed with all the graybeards of the village. And it's like, dude, I think Usopp would be one of the graybeards, man. He'd be one of those guys.
And then Angie chimes in, a visionary of a king. Yo, just shout out to TCB, because I know TCB translator Fiso watches my stream, comes in all the time. He has said, like, "Oh, I'm gonna change this for you, Par." He 100% used a visionary, and then I feel bad because I didn't stream his version.
Par visionary.
Yeah. It's 2 letters. There, look, a visionary. You just put a P and an R, and you got Par visionary right there.
Oh my god!
But a visionary of a king who wanted to revolutionize our country. He was slain by his actual flesh and blood. That crazy prince, right? And like, Angie, her face is a little interesting there. You can't really discern.
You can see, like, you can imagine Angie with a crazy deranged smile, though, right?
I didn't think about how Angie being an op until you said it, but like, it almost feels like Oda drew. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Oda diverged from his standard way of drawing characters a little bit with Angie, and it almost makes it hard to figure out her expressions on saying these things. And she goes, the country still refuses to recognize his claim to the throne. That's why Elbaf doesn't currently have a sovereign, right? And it is interesting because, like you were saying with Usopp's disposition of being shocked about the kids being changed in the last generation of warriors, like, it's almost like, he would be opposing King Harold too. And it makes it sound like he would, like, side with, like, in the situation where Loki was trying to be an anti-revolutionary person, like a conservative who was assassinating some of this progressive head, right? It kind of seems like maybe Usopp would be in Loki's camp if that were his motivations. And it is interesting because Usopp, I mean, the mustache doesn't help, but like, we don't get much dialogue, but like you're saying, he's like, King Harold ? And it's like, Is he shocked that they have a king, or is he shocked that the king was revolutionary?
I think he was shocked that he was changing things, man.
Yeah, and it is interesting because his first interaction with the giants were the giant pirates, right? But then it's also interesting because we don't know, to give context, we don't know the tenure of King Harold. We don't know how long King Harold has been the king. And that's important because something that I always wondered, I think a lot of people wondered, is why were the giant pirates called pirates? Are they just pirates to the world, or are they also pirates to Elbaf? But from what we know, or not maybe what we know, but what the giants were doing is kind of what the giants were known for. And now it sounds like maybe the giant pirates were going against King Harold's ruling, right? Because what the giants were doing were antithetical to what King Harold would have wanted.
Maybe King Harold knows that he can't change the later generations, only the newer generations.
Right, but and that's why it's curious to know, when did King Harold start this? When was this a thing? And was it just 100 years ago? Or was it
It sounds like 20 years ago. Like just
20. It is interesting because it's like, is it Saul? Like, was Saul the catalyst to this, or was this something that he always, is someone in his ear? Did someone change his mind 20 years ago?
Watch it be Loki.
100 years ago, because 100 years ago, the giants stopped, but it was just Dorian Broglie on an island. But why didn't the other pirates continue? You know what I mean?
It sounds like they did with Hardin and his group.
No, they wanted to reestablish, right? But they never ended up doing it, essentially, sort of. And they ended up underneath Buggy. So they never got to that stage anyways. But their intentions were kind of to restore the honor. But what does the honor mean? If the king doesn't support the honor that the pirates were holding, and the pirates are holding, like, the pirate honor of giant, it's kind of odd what we're talking about when we're talking about giants now, because it seems like the king didn't want that, but that's what they had. And then 100 years ago it stopped, but only because Dorian Broglie were just like, hey, yo, let's fight on this island. And then the rest of the crew was like, you know what, we'll wait for a captain, we're not going to continue being pirates. And it stopped for so long that Hardin grew up and was like, I want to be the new giant pirates to restore our claim to being giants. And then he also wanted to be the king as well. So it is interesting. And then he also respected the chiefs, and the chiefs were the previous captains of the pirates. So it's like, where did King Harold enter and end? Why was he respected, and why do they not like Loki if Loki seemingly was countering this revolution? You know what I mean? So there's a whole political machine that Oda's building up with all these different factions. And it's almost like because when got introduced to Saul, he referred to all of Elbaf as savages. But seemingly he met a visionary. He met King Harold. And so it was King Harold and Saul. They met each other and it was like love at first sight. Like, oh my God, we are savages. Let's change it, Saul. And Saul's like, oh my God, not all you guys are savages. And you're the king? We can do something about this. Let's start with the Walrus School.
Yeah, why is it called the Walrus School?
Bro, I don't know.
We had an owl. We had an owl for the owl library. But what about the walrus? Yeah. Do you think there's like a walrus like chilling around the area? Like a sea tank or something?
I've never learned anything from a walrus. In my years on this planet, I don't think a walrus has taught me anything in any fiction, any part. I don't even think documentaries have taught me anything about walruses.
Walruses grow long tusks and weigh about 2,000 pounds, is what it says on Google.
The thing is, like, I know a lot about animals, but like walruses are like narwhals to me. Like, they're just like mythical creatures that just like are random.
Apparently, they're rare to find as well.
Yeah. They're also just sea lions are the crazy ones, but walruses are like.
I hate walruses.
I just don't like walruses. Are like just random. Like, they're kind of like saber. If you
had to exterminate one mammal marine animal, what would it be? I think mine would be walrus.
Specific. That's so specific. What are the options? Are there like 6 options? Dolphins, whales, sea lions, otters, walruses, right?
Let me look it up. There's sea cows, dugong, walruses, seals, polar bears, sea otters, porpoises. Whales are also considered marine mammals. Oh. Sea otters,
Why did you say it like that? Wait, no, I said did you not know that whales are mammals?
Well, which one would you get rid of, Par?
I think
walruses are what I would get rid of. The movie Tusk really got me.
I'm different. I think walruses are cool, even though I don't like them, because like they're more unique. And they're tanks, whatever. I think there's a few redundant ones, like beluga whale, manatee, dugong, porpoises. They're all just like dolphin.
They're all the same
cousins.
shape.
Yeah, they're like the reject dolphin cousins, like that no one likes. Like if I went to an aquarium and they put one of the I'm exaggerating a lot, but like if you put them into a thing with no labeling and you brought up a school of kids, they would be like, "Oh my god, that's a porpoise, it's a beluga whale, and all of them are right." Like I couldn't tell them that they were wrong. It's like, nah, you might as well just be that. What's the point of correcting them in the first place? Like, no, honey, that's a manatee. It's like, bitch, it's the same shit.
No, you'd want to correct a kid though, just so that they learn.
When would that matter for them?
You don't know, man. You don't. It could pop up at any moment. It's like what people say about math, right? Like, when is somebody gonna ask about Pythagoras' theorem? Like when is that gonna come up?
No, it's not. No, that's not even close. We don't eat manatees. You don't get like allergic. People aren't swimming.
What if you live in the North Pole?
You still will never see them, most likely.
What if you live in the middle of the ocean?
Then I'm not seeing you. So it doesn't matter.
Fair. I'm just saying, like, you never know when this random knowledge will play a role in your life.
Yeah, but then my point is it doesn't have to be random knowledge. If I just delete one of them, then it no longer has to be random knowledge that has to exist.
I think I'd delete the walruses just because it would also delete Tusk from existence.
Nah, there's still.
Have you watched that movie?
What movie?
It's called Tusk.
No.
Oh, dude, it's one of the worst movies I've ever watched in my life. It's about a guy who gets saved by a walrus, and he loves walruses so much because of that saving moment that he kidnaps people and turns them into walruses.
See, I like watching shitty movies sometimes because it's funny.
Yeah.
But you watch a whole different tier of shitty movies that, like, it's the shitty movies where the title is just the entire movie. like this one's not even trying, though. It's just Tusk. Like, the person, they put
it's a trailer. Like, it tells you everything they're going to do, so there's no, mystery there. Like,
for me, I don't even think you've watched this one. Titanic 3? Have you watched Titanic 3?
Wait, there's a third Titanic? Wait, what?
There's a fourth one being commissioned. We talked about this a long time ago on the 50/50. Yeah. It's called
Titanic 666.
666.
What?
That's the third one. Yeah,
what is this?
It's a horror movie.
Oh my god.
We talked about this.
There's a movie called Titanic Rises, and there's a picture of a zombie in the Titanic, and the Titanic's coming out of the water. What is
Titanic
this?
666 is a horror movie where it becomes a jump scare. So I watched Titanic 2. Titanic 2 is all right.
Wait, these are canon to Titanic 1?
Yes. They're
what?
They're in the same world. Titanic 2 the Titanic 2 is they used modern technology to remake the exact Titanic, but with like actual unsinkable technology. But instead of like
it's a ship made out of atom wood.
Yes, exactly. Except what they did in that movie to up the ante, the movie follows the same plot except makes everything scarier. So Titanic sank because it hit an iceberg, right?
Yeah.
And it hit the iceberg. This time the iceberg hits the Titanic, but not just hits the Titanic. No, it hits the Titanic at like Mach 6 in a giant tsunami wave that's moving at like the speed of light. So sure, the ship is unsinkable, but what happens when an unsinkable object meets an unstoppable?
You won't believe this.
Yeah, and it gets hit by it's essentially a wave, a tidal wave it's the largest tidal wave in mankind history. It's so tall that the trough of this tidal wave is so deep that a US nuclear sub emerges from the water. So the nuclear sub has to dodge the wave, but they miscalculated it. And then right before the tidal wave hits, they leave the water and like, sir, we're out of the water, and then they fucking explode. And then the wave is also so high that the U.S. Army deploys jets and they get wiped by the tidal wave.
This is so random. Like, this doesn't feel like a legitimate sequel to the Titanic one where just a big wave or an iceberg hits and then they die. Like, this feels absurd. It's like if you took Jumanji and said, hey, by the way, Jumanji 2 is going to be set in North Korea and we're fighting Kim Jong-un. It's like, wait, what? Like, wait, how did we get from point A to point B? I'm looking at the plot of Titanic 666 right now. Not only does it have a 1 out of 10, you know, in terms of stars, but...
Let me get to Titanic 666.
Okay, go for it. This is all you. This is all you.
Titanic 2, just the last parts, right? Titanic 2 survives the tidal wave. It flips over, survives. Everybody lives, essentially. But the people who die are the people that went to the lifeboats.
Oh my god.
The ship was rated to survive, but the lifeboats were. And that's the playoff
so
of the first
the ship
movie.
Does a barrel roll and lives, but the lifeboats die. What?
Yeah, and then it survives the first one, and you think they're fine. No, because the second wave is the Mach 6 one, and it has the shrapnel of the iceberg. So even if they survive the barrel roll, the captain's like, oh no, we've survived the first tidal wave. What could be wrong? And then the guy gets on the things like, the second one has ice in it. And then the guy's like, oh my god. And so they're basically describing a shotgun hitting the thing at like 10 times the speed of sound. And so that boat was commissioned by a billionaire's son from the first thing, and so he's doing it in honor of his family or whatever. And so he's the reason why the ship gets destroyed in the first place, because he blows out all the engines because he's not a pilot, and he said, fuck the pilot, I'm the pilot now. And he blows out all the engines and trying to turn the ship around. And so after the ship does a barrel roll, he wants to escape the ship. He unironically does the most damage to the ship out of every natural disaster. And how he does it was he tries to fly his helicopter off of the ship after the ship does a barrel roll. So the helicopter is obviously not functioning. So he flies up and then it crashes and explodes half the ship. And you see it explode like oil reserve, and half the people die. So we were following like half of the cast. They all die. And it's from him on a helicopter. And then so if you guys want to watch Titanic 2, it's kind of funny. It's great. Whatever. Bad movie. Titanic 666 it started out funny, but then it got really bad really quickly, and it makes fun of content creators. And it's basically a ship of all these like rich but also like content creators like vlogging their shit on this Titanic 2, whatever, maiden voyage, whatever. But this one, the people smuggle artifacts off of the real Titanic and they're looking to sell them or like put them on display. And some random girl who is a descendant of them sneaks onto the ship and she goes, "Don't disturb my ancestors." And she does like some tarot card voodoo like summoning circle in the basement of the ship, and these vloggers see her do it, and she resurrects zombie ghosts.
Zombies in the Titanic. That's so crazy.
Zombie ghosts. Some of them are zombies, I'm pretty sure some of them are ghosts. And the captain turns off the ship. The captain of the previous Titanic turns off the ship, and so the ship is just stuck in a fog. And essentially the whole crew is just battling ghosts that they can't fight, and they just get like jump scared. I didn't finish the whole movie, but to give you guys an extent of how great this movie was, they didn't release the financial statements of how the movie did at box office, but apparently globally it made $50,000.
Yeah, and as a 1 out of 10,
yeah,
that is, they took, I mean, Titanic wasn't a good movie to begin with, but they took that franchise and just sank it.
Whoa, really.
Really.
Titanic was a really good movie.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. No, right. James Cameron's a genius, bro.
No, he isn't. James Cameron is the worst. So, moving on, though, Ripley says, believe it or not, what's with the white form? You know, like, what is going on with that? I'm a warrior, after all. I want to know a little bit about the legendary warrior from the old fables of Elbaf. And Luffy says that's just simply him when he's free, and we don't really see Luffy transform. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if come next chapter, Luffy's just kind of bouncing up and down. Like, he could just go into that form like nobody's business, so... Like, it doesn't have to be just for fighting. So I wonder if he will be, like, entertaining the kids or showing Ripley what's up. That could even be a history lesson, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, check out this guy.
Show and tell.
Yeah. Show and tell. So we cut over, though, and we go to the Owl Library. And there is a mystery here where once a book walks through that door, they get gigantified. They enlarge. Only books. We don't know why it's happening. I think it's a devil fruit. People are saying the owl has a devil fruit, but I feel like the one qualm with the owls, I feel like you would know if it has a devil fruit or if it's doing it. I just feel like it'd be one of those things. Like, it wouldn't be a mystery if it's just the guy sitting right there, right?
Yeah. It's they would just be like, it's that guy. The owl did it.
Yeah, the owl has a big book fruit. That's all it is.
Yeah, and maybe we can't rely on the wits of giants on Elbaf. But at least Saul, big PhD Saul, would be able to tell us the truth of the situation.
Yeah.
Right?
And plus, Lilith is here too, right? Like, Vegapunk is a genius. I feel like when Vegapunk first came here, if they saw this owl, I bet Vegapunk would put it together saying, yeah, this isn't a mystery, guys. Like, it's this thing right here. He's doing it.
Yeah.
So I think whoever's doing this or whatever's happening, I feel like there's a bigger explanation to it. Somebody said that there could be like runes on the door and it's making the books bigger. And I like the rune idea. I mean, I've seen people float the rune idea here and there when it comes to Elbaf, but we haven't seen any runes yet. And plus, if it was rune technology, you would think that the giants would also know about that because they built the library, right?
Yeah. And we don't know when the library was built.
Yeah.
We know when the Walrus School was built, but the library is interesting. But if it was just simply runes, you would just be like...
Yeah, this thing does it right here, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a mystery.
Yeah, and if it were just runes, surely it wouldn't be that hard to figure out that it was runes.
Because I'm sure like runes would glow, right?
Glow,
or like in
just
fantasy they typically do.
Yeah, or like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, the only place on the island where this happens is here, and the only place where these runes or these symbols exist are here. Surely you wonder, it's a theory, but it's a sound one, you know what I mean? Like, at least that much. Yeah, like that would at least have a plausible they wouldn't be like, I don't have a fucking clue how this shit works, right? Which is essentially what we get, right? They're just like, now, Robin, be careful. Watch what happens to that book you're holding as we enter. She goes, ooh, wow, what? And as a response, they goes, we don't have a fucking clue.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, man. Like, people said it's the owl, and like I don't think the owl is a bad idea, but why would an owl only make the books big? And also, like, how conscious is he of doing this as well? Like, did he see the book in Robin's hand and just said, oh, book alert, quick, use the devil fruit? Right? Like, I don't think that makes sense. I don't know. And then, like, once he dies, like, will it be a mystery? Like, oh, the books aren't getting bigger anymore. I guess it was, old George up there after all. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I would sooner believe that they, like, built a pocket dimension. Like,
imagine it's Mont Dior from, like, Big Mom's crew.
Like, something like that. I mean, it's, like... at this point on Elbaf, is that people came into Elbaf saying we're in a mystery simulation, and they entered a different dimension. Ooh. And I imagine it's the same people that are hard set that it's the owl with the devil fruit.
Wait, Par. I don't think you thought about this theory yet, but this could be a side effect of the green fairy. It's all just a big hallucination. We're not even in the owl library.
The giants can't really read. They just
think they can read. Yeah. The kids aren't in school. They're actually tripping on galaxy gas. They're doing whippets, is what they call it.
They didn't pass the SATs. They took ACID.
The reason why the Giants party for 3 days and 3 nights is actually because of MDMA. That's so funny. God. The reason why the Giants made it to Egghead so fast is because they were on speed and Adderall.
Dude, like
so funny.
It's just
the reason they call him the White Warrior is because he was drowning in cocaine. Dude, Elbaf is just a giant drug fantasy to some people.
Dude, it happens. And with Oda, like, who knows? Honestly, this room is just like, it could just be like there's a gas in the room, like you were saying, and it just like I mean, how ridiculous is that? There's a whole field of mist that apparently is roofies, right? Like, are we making shit up?
The sleeping mist area. I mean, this owl looks like he's asleep. I mean, who say he's not just tripping on fentanyl, right? Like, something's going on with this guy.
We are making shit up, sure, but it's canon fact that there's a roofie mist just outside of Elbaf that just casually exists.
Okay, to be fair, I don't believe in the drug theory, but yeah, the sleeping mist is a real thing.
Yeah, and it's casual, super casual. Roto goes, these guys got roofied.
And they didn't even know, like, the Giants knew it was there, but Dory and Broggy just kept on sailing. Because they were tripping on Green Fairy.
Yeah, like that's the reckless part. Hey guys, want to take hallucinogens? Sure, some people that might be the line of recklessness. No, the recklessness is knowing that there's a roofie field in between you and Elbaf, and you decide to get wasted beforehand. Like, that's crazy business right there. Like, imagine they did that before coming to Egghead, and they just never showed up, and they just roofied.
Oh, dude, that'd be so crazy. Because the Giants have a way around the mist, right? Maybe they use a rainbow, maybe they just, like, sail around it. But, dude, imagine the Giants are like, hey, Shanks, we're gonna go help Luffy, and then we get a newspaper and it says Luffy died, the Giants never showed up. It's like, wait, what? Like, whoa, where's Dory and Broggy?
Shanks' face palms. He's just like, these motherfuckers.
They forgot about the mist, didn't they? These guys, damn it.
And like, yeah, listen, like there could be something like that in this room, right? Like the tree could be giving off some kind of mist. You know, who knows? Clearly, they're not aware of the mist to that extent where they care about it or sailing in and out of it. So who's to say they're aware of what the tree situation is? The only person at this point I have faith in is Saul, like, or Lilith. Like, literally, Stella. You know how crazy it would be if they pull out the Stella replica and he just goes, wait, no, I did that. That was me, guys.
Imagine there's like a TSA metal detector that enlarges books right beside the door. And like, guys, it's actually this machinery right here that's making your books big.
Yeah, and he goes like, he's like, this is why I locked this version of myself up. The stupidity is unfathomable. It's crazy,
bro. Yeah.
I mean, like, it could just be Vegapunk, right? But like, I'm on the believer that this is like a mystery predating 20 years ago.
Yeah. Where I'm at, which we'll get to here in a second, I think that there's a character hidden in this library that's doing it.
Hidden in the mist, maybe.
No, I think they're hiding in here, man.
Oh.
I think
the hidden village of the trees? Wait, is that a one? No. Hidden Leaf?
The Hidden Leaf village,
would be the Hidden Leaf, yeah.
Yeah, literally, yeah, Hidden Leaf. So, we go to the next part, and we see Loki talking to somebody named Mosa. Brand new character, Loki definitely respects them. He puts the co-honorific on him. which symbolizes them having a high stature, maybe being a noble or a duke or something of the sort. And I'm just going to read the lines verbatim, because I feel like everything he says here is pretty important. Okay. So Loki says, I guess you've also got nothing but free time, huh? Kind of implying that, they're trapped or they're hiding or just something like that. They don't really do much. Right. Mosa says, I'm sorry, am I disturbing you? Nah, I welcome a good disturbance. I have nothing to do but kill time. So that moment of true fear you mentioned before, is that still what motivates you? Yes, even now, when I think about it, I can't stop trembling. Loki says, ditto. It's so frustrating. We've been friends for a long time, but for one reason or another, we've never actually met face to face. If I was there in your stead, I'd have turned that place into a ruin and slaughtered the lot of them. No, I don't want that. For a noble soul, you're too naive, Mosako. You've got to stamp them out without mercy. Only a fool gives their enemy a chance to get payback. Mosa says, thank you for your counsel. You use harsh words, but there's a streak of kindness beneath the surface. I've noticed that more and more recently. And then Loki gets really upset. You're giving me the creeps. Don't do that again. That kind of crap won't fly. Kindness, never say that to me. Shut up, Mosa. Just wait till I'm no longer shackled. He kind of goes off on the kindness thing, man.
Yeah, he does not want to be kind.
Yeah, there's a lot here. And where I'm kind of trying to get at is that I think Mosa is hiding out in this library and they're not coming out at all. Kind of like Harry Potter-esque. So I have like a whole theory right now that this whole area, this whole school is based off of Harry Potter. And I think not too long ago, we got the color spread where the Straw Hats were dressed up as Harry Potter and the rest, right? They had like the black cloaks, they had the brooms and everything.
This is true.
So I kind of relate this to the Chamber of Secrets or like Moaning Myrtle. Like I think there's a hidden room here and Mosa's hiding out because they can't leave for one reason or another. But it is their devil fruit that's allowing these books to get bigger. That's where I'm at. Why are they hiding? I think it could be because of the Holy Knights. Maybe they have some sort of secret treasure. And this does tie back to why I think Ange is a villain. I think Ange is looking for Mosa. And as a library's assistant, I think that's why Mosa can't leave, because she's constantly here. And she knows that he's in this area. Like I said, I'm going off of the breadcrumbs we have. Is it a good theory? I don't know. But it's just a theory that I picked up off of this chapter, like the vibe I'm getting. And then plus the co-honorific, right? We got the co-honorific, meaning that they are of high stature. Maybe they're the principal of Owl Library, or maybe the head librarian, or something of that sort. I mean, hey, their nobility,
that's a trope.
It could tie to King Harold, right? King Harold wanted Elbaphians to get educated. Well, you give that to a noble to do, right? King Harold's not going to do that himself, so maybe Mosa was in charge of the Owl Library or the Walrus Academy or something of the sort, and then things went bad. Mosa's now hiding here because they can't leave. In Harry Potter, I think in the Chamber of Secrets was a Horcrux, which I guess in this version of One Piece, it would be like something that Emu has or something that belongs to the Holy Knights. So, yeah, I think there's some things here.
Wait, to clarify, you're saying that Mosa was on the side of King Harold or against King Harold?
On the side of.
So then okay, I'm a little slower today. My back is broken. So then Mosa is talking to Loki. Loki killed King Harold, and what are you saying that is the situation, that Loki did actually kill King Harold, or are you saying that like Mosa is working with Loki as like why would the relationship there make sense?
Okay, so I never got there yet, but I don't think Loki killed King Harold.
Okay.
I think Loki was framed, and I think this does tie back to why they are friends as well. I think they may be related to that extent. And then plus, let me see, what do they say? Mosa said they witnessed something truly disturbing, right? And then Loki says, if I was there in your stead, I'd have turned that place into ruin and slaughtered the lot of them. We don't know what Loki's talking about or Mosa's talking about, but I'm assuming that Mosa maybe witnessed King Harold's death. And that's why Loki would be like, yeah, I'd slaughter the people who killed my father, or something of the sort. That's what I'm imagining right now.
But it is odd because Mosa, it's not a walk back, but he says like, I wouldn't go that far. So like whatever traumatizing thing he saw, right? And I talked about it on stream, how like that situation is so weirdly positioned because like whatever traumatizing thing it was, like I brought an example of like Boa on Marriage Raw, where like she would want the place to be leveled, and she would never be like, I wouldn't go that far. You know what I mean? Like that, and it's hard to paint a picture given the position that Loki's at. We don't know Mosa's situation, but the position that like Loki's at with the king, with the country, where you'd get a traumatizing event that someone would kind of be like, like compassionate towards the other. Like it's a little odd. And I'm not saying it discounts that. It just adds the complexity to whatever situation happened, but to give, not, it doesn't even give like pushback, but more so like it could charge your idea in a different direction in a similar vein, which is like the Angie direction, right? I like the idea that Angie is some kind of like double-sided op. We don't know what side, but a position on Elbaf that I'm very excited to see filled is the position of Valkyries. And like the character that you would assume to be that would be Ripley, which when you look at Ripley, and even I forget the girl's name in Marvel, but they Marvel Valkyrie, I forgot her name, but what's her name? I'm pretty sure she had like the face tattoos as well for a little bit too, just like a little bit like Ripley. Not saying it's the same. It just like reminded me of that a little bit. Maybe she did that while she was hiding, but like it would be a very Oda thing to do to make it that Ripley's not the Valkyrie, and instead Angie's the Valkyrie. And ironically, Angie's one letter off of Angel. You add an L, and you get Angel, which would be kind of what a Valkyrie essentially their position would be, like the god slash kings, like heaven sent soldiers to guide people to Valhalla and whatever elsewhere. No, not exactly guiding Valhalla, but point is like angels, right? And so making Angie the Valkyrie, the commissioned soldiers of Odin or slash the patriarch slash king, that would make sense. It would be very interesting to see it that way. And then Angie being the person who's trying to figure out the person who either maybe helped in the assassination of King Harold, or the true, if like, I also sort of believe that Loki didn't kill King Harold. I can see a very plausible version where he's being blamed, but it would be a crazy plot twist if the person he's confiding in, Mosa, was the actual person and they're masquerading with it. And that would be the crazy plot twist that you'd get out of a Loki associated plot, right? It's usually Loki's the one who's perpetuating these like plot twists and like hidden motivating is things where they, you know, instigate an assassination and it was actually Loki disguised as somebody else or something like that. That seems like what Loki would do. Oda's put on his head Loki's being betrayed by his confidant, and that is Mosa being someone who's hidden over there and Angie's trying to find them. I could see that. That would be really interesting. And so one way or another, I agree with all of the positions that you're talking about. Maybe not the same reasoning, but what you're talking about, Angie, Mosa's positions, all of those, I could see that 100%. Especially the Mosa part being in the library, especially because we got introduced to both of them, one right after the other. Mysterious library. For some reason, Loki has never met this person, so for whatever reason, they're stuck somewhere. The library being a very active place to be hidden, there is a mystery behind it. I feel like Mosa could be there. So like one way or another, I could see your idea coming through fruition. Maybe not exactly how you see it, but the way you see it too, yeah, I could see that way too. And I could see it that way.
With the Mosa name as well, like we've seen a Mosa no Mi in One Piece, and that makes vines grow. So like it could be like a whole thing where it makes books grow, and that's like a spin on it too. Which goes back to what I was saying, which you didn't want to bring up, but I brought it up because Mosa was a non-canon character or devil fruit power that made plants grow in One Piece. And you know what's made of plants? Books. And what these books that. No. It's Elbaf. They probably make their books out of something else entirely, like dung. So Yeah, I mean, that's how.
Like,
I mean, we have like the same
crazy.
idea that there is like a big conspiracy here. There's a big mystery that all ties together. We're on kind of different sides, though. You think Mosa might be the bad guy? I think Mosa is genuinely good. I think they do want to help Loki.
With him.
And I think that the reason why Loki doesn't like kindness is because maybe he was kind to others and then he never got that favor or that same treatment in return. Maybe like he saw that the giants were really quick to turn him in, or the giants quickly blamed him. And that could just be because of the way he talks. You know, Loki talks about killing people, like slaughtering people. I mean, even Mosa says, yeah, you say really extreme things, but you know, you're kind. So it could be that Loki had a bad way with the words in the past, and he was just an easy person to blame. Which you know, oh, go for it.
No, I was gonna say, like, Loki's perspective, right?
Yeah.
It's like the last generation of warriors. You would almost expect him to have support from the generation of warriors. It's like if Loki were to talk to those kids are like, ew, boomer, loser guy, likes war, what a weirdo, right? But the other giants, they should be like, oh no, he was raised like us, you know, like one of, like, Ripley, etc. Like, they would probably have at least some sympathy towards his connotation. We don't, and the thing is, we don't know, like, the extent of the not the rumors per se, but the profile that was given, because not that we haven't met him, but we didn't meet him in a
positive light.
Not even in a fair way, you know what I mean? He's chained up. He met Luffy. You can't compare Luffy's strength or demeanor to any normal situation. He's tied into a tree. We don't know, and then, like, the weight of his reputation is overbearing on our perspective on him, right? All of Elbaf needed to fight him, you know, like that. What, we don't know what that means. We don't know. We like, you think that there's a conspiracy, right? And so I believe there too. There's some conspiracy in the killing of King Harold. So it's like, we don't even think that part is true. So, like, what part do we actually know about Loki? We have never met him, meet anybody he actually knows. He has followers, and the followers seemingly respect him. But, like, even Mosa, what happened?
I just had an epiphany. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Don't lose the epiphany.
We talked about how Loki might have been framed, right? And how, like, people might not believe his words. This is very reminiscent of Usopp in Syrup Village, right? Boy cried wolf. Maybe, like, villagers didn't believe him. And, you know, we look at Usopp and Loki as, like, two sides of a coin. Usopp, his name literally means a lie. And then we have Loki. And then we have the hammer thing going on where Loki has a hammer in his back. So, oh yeah, I'm going to skip ahead for 1 second. But a reason why I don't think Loki killed King Harold is if you go to that last page and you see where the Holy Knights pop in, that throne is cut. There's like a slash wound on it, but Loki, behind him, he has a hammer. The weapons don't match, in my opinion. But outside of that, in Syrup Village, the real perpetrator and the real killer and the real bad guy was Clawhador, the, like, Kaya's butler, her assistant.
Yeah.
Ange is the library assistant, Saul's assistant. Ange also is the one who called Loki a deranged killer who killed King Harold. It seems like she's the one that's really, like, putting out this, like, hey, Loki did it. Like, Loki's a bad guy. Like,
okay.
I think Ange is the mastermind, bro. Like, I can already see her popping out and, like, smile. And like I said, like, that is the reason why she's the library assistant, because she knows Mosa's here somewhere, and that's why Mosa can't leave. She's camping his spawn. She's camping the base, the Nexus. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Like, I just, like, had this flash. Like, wait a minute. Like, she's literally Captain Kuro.
So I think some people have we seen the full weapon yet? Because I love that detail of the cut thing. I noticed the throne cut as well.
You see the hammer in the disturbing panel, and also when you go back to the Luffy chapter as well. Is it the Luffy chapter or is it like his intro? But you see the hammer. Let me see.
But people were saying, like, we only see the top part, and that part could look like the back end of an axe. We haven't seen the bottom part, which is where the sharp part would be. And I'm not saying I think it could be either or. I was one of the people that were like, hey, it doesn't have to be an axe.
It looks like an Usopp hammer, in my opinion. Like, if you go to the chapter where Loki's first introduced, like the way it's shaped, it's not like curved like an axe or like anything like that. It really does. It's like a black rectangle. So it wouldn't make sense if like the sharp part is just all of a sudden just on one side. Like it looks like it's shaped like a hammer.
Well, some axes, especially like tree cutting axes, are just rectangle, but that's neither here or there.
Yeah,
they're different. I think
like, tree cutting axes don't start in the middle though. Like when it comes to the hilt, it's like always on the back end. So you have like that torque, I guess is the right way to put it. But yeah, like it's shaped like an actual hammer, like the way the wood connects to it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I can see. Yeah, it depends because some of them have the flat end for the wedge side, so you could wedge things and then you hammer the back end, so then they start in the middle.
Yeah,
because when your axe gets stuck, you can't wedge it out, and then you smack the back of it, and so that part's flat like a hammer.
Yeah.
And then those ones are more rectangle. The ones that are like flailed out, I guess those are like weaponry axes more look like that, but like those are also romanticized. Like I think we've talked about it before, that a lot of like what we see as medieval weapons, they're not like how they actually were or used.
But also,
we were talking about the kunai stuff, but
yeah.
But I like the idea. He has a hammer. It's a thrown cut, and that's exact logic that you're using with the Kuro thing. I was like, okay, so then what's the parallel with Kuro? And the library assistant one fits perfectly.
With
acting,
with Loki as well. Sorry, but like the weapon, right? I think we also have to take note that since we're on Elbaf, we should look at Viking axes, and Viking axes are typically like on the like it's on the back end, yeah. But Vikings do use hammers, which I think is really odd. What do they have hammers for? Like outside of like mythology, it looks like they actually just do have hammers.
Hammers are one of the most efficient weapons.
Yeah, true. Blunt damage, man.
Yeah,
one hit kill somebody.
Yeah, that's what I meant by a lot of the ways we think about weapons is romanticized. Like archery was the bread and butter that changed warfare. Like you stopped, like swords weren't really like just cutting. It was like you could kill someone with just the blunt side of like a sword. Like you swinging around a 20-pound piece of metal is deadly without the sharp part. Yeah, so like, you know, a hammer, you put all the 20 pounds at the very end, that's you can't miss. That shit's easy, you know what I mean? Like that's what people used, you know? It's like it's a lot easier, and like, you know, it's a lot less harmful. Like, you know, the sharp edge, that's what double-edged sword, you know what I mean? The sharp edge is dangerous to you too. A hammer is less dangerous, right? Like, so, and it's more versatile all at the same time. You could use it as a tool, you could use it as a weapon, you could use it as a lot of things, honestly.
You could hammer meat out.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm with you. Hammer thing. This is like Detective Conan 101 weapon. We look at the weapon, the weapon does not match the crime. This guy is innocent, Your Honor. And the Giants, they just got schools 20 years ago, so they don't know about forensic science yet. But Sai, if you guys don't know, he was very interested in once upon a time in forensic science.
I wish.
And so, you know, we look at that. I can see that Angie being the op, very great. I think maybe the glasses add to it. Klahadore had glasses.
Oh my god, the glasses.
The moment we see her go like what did Klahadore do? Like this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The moment. Oh, it's a wraps, dude. We're gonna see her come up with the Wolverine claws. Oh, it's crazy, right? Like it's like, listen, like when you also look at Angie, it might be that she's hiding something under that chin. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Oh my god.
No, but like, I think, like I said, like I agree with all the positions that you talked about prior, but now that you added, now you brought the weapon, the murder weapon, and yeah, sure, maybe the cut to the throne pre-existed King Harold. Maybe they're Vikings and they just have cuts everywhere. Sure, but at this moment, it looks like the throne was slashed. If that's how the king died, it doesn't match a hammer. Your Honor, my client is innocent, and we need to look at the secretary. Angie.
Does Angie have a weapon?
I don't know.
No weapon to our knowledge, no. I don't see anything.
I mean, hey, remember what Shinobu said? Mature women are the most powerful.
They're the deadliest.
Yeah. Woo. And hey, if it weren't for her acting, Saul's weapon of deceit would not have been planted.
Oh my god.
The strongest weapon, Sai, is a lie.
Hey, you're cooking, man. You are cooking with that one.
Yeah, and I, Usopp, Loki, it's been painted out that they would be like some sort of connection, some sort of parallel, some sort of storyline connecting each other. Like I think that there's definitely something there. The more and more I look at Angie, the more sus she gets. I think, you know what? Oda's drawn her in way too many panels already. I'm looking back at this chapter. She's in every goddamn
Go back to last chapter too.
Yeah, she's in too many panels to be a normal character.
Last chapter, you see her foot first thing. She says this is bad. She points over. You see her in the background. Like, Angie, yeah. Angel.
And you know what?
There's something. I'm keeping an eye out on her, dude. I don't trust her.
Was supposed to watch the Straw Hats going to school, and she immediately fails. They immediately are jumping on top of the biology teacher. Which, thank you, Angie, for that. But talk about what was she doing? What was her focus on, huh? How come she wasn't paying attention to her one responsibility? The children and the Straw Hats. Makes you wonder. Is this the only chance she got where she's apart from Saul? All this time, Saul has been making her act out this damned plan to cater to Robin, this random girl that shows up. We could paint out something. Maybe she's been jealous of Robin. Maybe all these years, all Saul's been talking about is Robin this, Robin that, Robin's the greatest, Robin's the smartest, and Angie's been tired of Robin. We could paint it out that way. It doesn't even have to be that deep. It could be a simple love triangle.
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
That would be insane.
Yeah. It would be.
Yeah.
Ange. Yeah, Ange. I mean,
what
this is
Ange
the thing,
mean?
like, we were looking all the way up here for motivations. She wants to King Harold, revolution, she's an op. It could be love. It could be simply romance. Romance dawned, the romance dawned on Angie, and she's tired of Robin. Get her out of, and it could be a whole murder mystery around Robin. All this time, right? We've been thinking Robin's been safe, and how ironic would it be? It's on Elbaf, finally with Saul, in the midst of all the Straw Hats. Finally, Robin has been deleted, or so they think. Something like that. That'd be interesting. Do you think Saul can read poneglyphs now?
Ange is a Greek or French name, and its meaning is messenger of God.
Ooh, celestial dragons? Emu?
Emu? Oh my god.
Kidnaps Robin?
All I'm saying, dude, I mean, I didn't trust Ange before. I don't trust Ange now. I just got bad vibes when I looked at her.
When did you stop trusting Ange?
I stopped trusting Ange the minute I saw her. The minute I read that panel, I said, nope.
Side careful, that's scandalous.
Nope, dude.
The minute you saw her, for me, it was the minute I heard her.
Ooh.
I didn't trust that voice, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't even hear the voice, but it's just the voice in your head said Ange is not that person.
No, think about it. Did I not call her ass out? What do you mean Saul has fallen and can't get back up? That shit don't make sense. Remember, I called that shit out immediately. I'm like, bro, what do you mean pick his ass up? You didn't say he died. You didn't say, like, remember when that happened, I was like, whoever's calling this and saying this needs to pick Saul up and take him to the emergency room. The moment I heard that dialogue, already triggered. I knew I could not trust this person.
And then plus, like, why did we get this introduction? Like, what purpose does Ange serve? You know what I mean? It's the recycle curve thing all over again. Like, what is Ange gonna do? Like, why do we have this dialogue box?
The
like, we
narrator
could have just got Ripley, right?
The narrator card strikes again, brother.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know, man.
Are we gonna be let it? Oda's listening to this podcast and is just like, these fucking dumbasses.
Yeah. Oda's like, what the? Oda's like, I actually like Ange. Ange is actually the sweetest person known to mankind.
I gave her a narrator card, and these guys think that every narrator card means that they're a villain.
Hey, all I'm saying, man, like I don't trust her as far as I can throw her, and let me tell you, I got a bad shoulder.
Wait, also, I just realized it's not just the Walrus Academy; it's the Walrus Folk School, like Walrus people.
Or no, I think Walrus, or comma Folk School.
But that makes like folk in that sense like
I would disagree because I play Final Fantasy, and whenever you get a book, it's like blank folk book.
Oh.
So it just feels like they just add the word folk in there to make it seem like, old school.
Old. Yeah. Just just throw that adjective in there.
Yeah, just throw folk in there, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now on to the last part of the chapter, probably the biggest part of the chapter. We got, what do you want to call him? We need a name right away. Do you want to go with Stabs, Shanks Twin? Like what do you want to call this guy?
Stabs?
Yeah. Stabs is just easy, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's just an easy nickname for this guy until we get one. Which I wonder if Oda next chapter is just gonna drop the name just so that we can stop like guessing on it. Like, guys, it's getting crazy, man. Like, what are we gonna call this, man? Just have the girl call him like, hey, blah blah blah, let's do it already or something.
What if it's super random, like Bubba?
That would be awful.
Hey, Bubba.
If his name was okay, to be fair, I know I call a lot of people Bubba.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, Oklahoma, yeah. I know like two Bubbas. But it's like usually just like brother, like, like bro or something.
Yeah, wait, that's perfect. Bubba, brother.
We're not calling this guy Bubba. We can call him...
Hey, brother.
Just call him Stabs. We'll just say with Stabs. So, Western Village, we see that the feast isn't going to be delayed. Go ahead and drink and have fun, guys. And then Black Lightning. And then we see the Giants, and they're still partying. They have no idea that this is happening. And we see two hooded figures.
Wait, before we get
What's
that,
up?
let's do this in parts, because the way I read it, I read panel by panel, and it just blew my mind. But like someone in the comments was like, Par, they're giants. This lightning strike is probably just like a toaster, or like just a casual thing going on the fritz. I'm like, since when did Elbaf have toasters, first of all, to just randomly explode? But also, this lightning is half of the castle into the throne room. This is a very, very large lightning strike.
I think what happens here is that you can't imagine how fast lightning strikes. Like, dude, if you blink, you miss lightning. So... Black lightning, you're drinking, you're eating, you're talking to a friend. Yeah, you don't see the black lightning.
I don't know if you've experienced lightning storms down in Oklahoma.
We do all the time.
Even if you blink, that shit, if it hits the ground in your vicinity, it shakes the air because it explodes the air. The sound is because the air is moving so fast from the heat of the lightning that it creates sound. And if it hits the ground, it shakes everything. That I've experienced lightning happen like 10 feet away from me outside. That shit is crazy, dude.
Here's the thing.
This is black lightning. I'm not being racist here. I'm just saying this shit probably louder.
Here's the thing, Par. Here's the thing, right? When it comes to why these guys went unnoticed, I talked about Harry Potter earlier with the library and all this, the Mosa stuff. Hear me out. These cloaks are like cloaks of invisibility. It hides and conceals their presence in hockey. Well, yeah, sure, maybe the black lightning's there, but maybe it does make a sound because of the cloak. But also, to tie back with Harry Potter real quick.
No. The cloak of invisibility in Harry Potter, he made footsteps, and that was heard. His footsteps.
Yeah, but it's funky, so we have to change it up, right? It's cloaks of anti-hockey.
It's no. You're talking about the cloak of non-existence.
The cloak of less presence. But here's the thing too. Speaking of Harry Potter, there was an evil teacher in the school, so maybe that could be Ange. I'm not even a big Harry Potter fan, by the way. By the way, guys, I'm just like throwing it out there.
Yeah, which one was evil, huh?
Dolores.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, Dolores Umbridge.
Okay.
So I mean, could be Ange. I don't know, but yeah, like these two people show up.
You know what they have in common?
What do they have in common?
Yeah,
it's just their status, I would say.
Oh, I was gonna say they're women.
Oh, that too, yeah. Can't trust them. Can't trust them as far as you can throw them, and I got a bad shoulder. You didn't laugh the first time I said it, but you laughed the second time.
that timing was just, oh god.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe the cloak conceals. I mean, dude, we were talking about Film Red. Shanks has cancellation hockey. Who's to say that these cloaks don't cancel out their hockey? Yeah. Or like you can't see the black lightning. What if the black lightning is shoot, what is it like? It's a visual thing, right? Oh, maybe it's like the Marineford thing where they're like, oh, like Luffy didn't know hockey back then, so he didn't see it. Maybe the Giants here don't know what hockey is, so they don't see the hockey. This is their Marineford.
Yeah, except they literally came off of Egghead and were like, that hockey was big as Shanks. They know what hockey is.
No. What if they're just pretending to know what hockey is? They just want to fit in.
Oh, they're all like Usopp. Yeah, the hockey. Woo.
Yeah, what you didn't notice was a sweat mark.
They did Hokoku sovereignty twice. And so, like, they know what hockey is.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that. But, yeah, like, you know, they did something to conceal their presence.
Unless you want to tell me that kid's ship got obliterated by air cannon. Like
that'd be more crazy, right? A pressurized air cannon?
Yeah, that would be crazy. But we know it's hockey.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
So
I was like, is Sai really gonna
No, I'm not gonna argue that one. So they show up here. Their magic circle is different from Saturn's because it doesn't have a number. The Gorosei all have numbered circles, but this one is not. Honestly, I think the non-numbered ones are kind of cooler, but that's just me.
Yeah, no, it's a lot cooler.
And
numbers are just not as mythical.
Unless it's like Bleach. I think Bleach does a good job with numbers in the Espada. I thought it was really... I'll never forget the moment where, like, Ichigo was fighting Ulquiorra, and he's like, oh, you're the leader of the group, huh? Like, so if I take you out, they're all done. And then Ulquiorra just walks forward and then gets cut by the sword, and then, like, it reveals a number 4. He's like, nope, you're off the mark. I'm only the 4th strongest. Wow, that's kind of sick.
It is cool when it's done like that, but we already got the numbers revealed, and it had no weight. It had no aura to... The numbers added nothing. In the grand scheme of things.
Not to our knowledge yet, right? I mean, Saturn was number 5. He was the first one to go.
That just means that they're the next on the chopping. Like, all you said was number 4 is next to die.
No. What I'm saying is that Saturn had the worst performance. He's number 5, and he got cut off.
Okay, so then when the next one performs badly, the 4 is who's 4? Workery? Bye.
No. The rankings can change. Like maybe like once a day. Like, no, it could be like Thomas Devilfruit. Like once in a full moon, the rankings get updated.
Okay, so what ranking is Garling?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I want to give him ranking number 1, dude. I'm kind of biased.
What happens when he's 5?
He had a bad day. What can I say?
The number. No, stop. What do you mean? No, the numbers don't mean shit, bro. It's like the Dorikis.
No, it's exactly like the Dorikis. What do you mean? The Dorikis meant something. It told us who was gonna fight who, essentially.
Yeah, for like a minute, and then past that chapter, Dorikis made no. Even in that arc, they never talked. Lucci, you know, I would give it more credence if Lucci was like, my Doriki's at this level. Do you really think you can fight me? And then like Luffy's like, what the fuck is a Doriki?
Yeah, Rob Lucci's Doriki was 4,000.
Yeah, I would have gave that concept a little bit more gravity if Lucci at least referenced it and Luffy memed on it, right? But we didn't even get that.
Would you want Dorikis to still be in One Piece? Like, imagine with every bounty poster, it has their bounty, their name, and then underneath it says Doriki level.
Yeah, because the bounties are just the bounty numbers are the Dorikis at this point. Like, there's numbers that sort of tell you the strength, but they're also not meaningful. Like, because the Dorikis don't tell you the devil fruit, the Dorikis don't tell you the hockey. It just tells you punching power. Like,
damn, there should be like more information on bounty posters, like, oh, last seen here, like this devil fruit, this weakness. Like, they should do that.
There is information.
Picture of the ship.
We just don't get to see it. There's like I forget what's the reference here, but I remember one of the bounty posters did have information on the person.
Oh,
and I was like, wait a second,
they need to do that, man, more often. Like, we need to see more of that.
I think it says what the person did on the wanted poster. Yeah, I think that's like, I'm forgetting the reference, but I'm pretty sure there is one reference where like someone's looking at the wanted poster and they tell us like extra information beyond just the number or whatever. And so it's like, wait, did the wanted poster just say this? Or what did they know? Like, huh? How did they figure that out? But I'm forgetting, so don't hold that super canon. But I remember seeing this recently, actually.
Yeah. So Stabs and this girl make their appearance here. And you could see the throne in the back. It's slashed. Nobody's sitting there. I'm assuming nobody's in this room as well. It's weird because, like...
Sai.
What's up?
Girl. Why are you assuming it's a girl?
Shut up. So, when it comes to the magic circle, right? on Egghead Island, Saturn performed the summoning and brought the Gorosei there. That's one thing. But Saturn also teleported himself from the ship to the island. So we're assuming there's like a range associated to it. Which camp are you in? Did somebody summon these two people here, or are they simply off the coast of Elbaf?
I always believed that the summoning circle was self-casted. Like, whoever's doing it did that. So, like, the only exception would be, like, the Gorosei and Imu. But, like, the weird part was with the Gorosei was that when we saw the room, there's one circle, but when they showed up, there was multiple circles. So that part was why it's like, wait, they self-casted and then they separated? Like, what? How did that work? Or did Saturn do it? But here, Saturn's not here, so we can't blame Saturn for this. And were they off the coast? That, like, to me, again, this will all... I'm sorry, I'm brain broken by League. I'm playing League again, and I'm gonna continue.
I saw you on League the other day, actually, on D1.
Yeah. I'm getting back into it.
Oh God, we gotta do it, man.
Yeah, we will. I was gonna message you. I started playing some TFT. It's a good season for it, but
no.
Yeah, but I'm brain broken by League, and short span teleportation will always be the biggest motherfucking waste I've ever heard, especially when you got characters that can fly. Like, Shanks has demonstrated to us that he can jump islands, essentially, in movies and in the story now. And you get a character that looks just like him. If they're off the coast... Yeah, sure, Saturn's decrepit in his old man form. He couldn't do it. Yet, in his spider form, he climbed to the sky and ran half the island. So it's not above him to do such thing. So he could have just jumped from his ship to the island, saved us all. That no, he just wanted the aura, right? If it turns out that they short span teleported from their ship to the throne room just because, I'm gonna be pissed off.
No,
and then if there's a cooldown, I'd rather them teleport from wherever God on the other side of the planet. That's what I want.
No, hear me out.
I'm brain broken.
If they're off the coast of Elbaf, maybe they wanted to do this just so that they could, one, come here to the castle incognito, and two, like, they don't have to jump. Like, this place is a sky island. Like, this is the sun realm is high up there, bro.
Sit there and tell me this is incognito.
This is incognito.
Lightning.
They got black robes on Par.
They could have the black robes on without the black. If they were just on a ship on the island, they could put robe on.
I know. You said that Shanks is flying. He's gliding. Yeah. He can do that. Skywalk. That's also a thing that the world government employed. Yes, but here's the thing. That takes a lot of effort, man.
No, it doesn't.
Flying to a sky island on foot. What do you mean? That's a lot of effort.
Okay, so effort incognito. Black lightning from the sky in the throne room is the least incognito.
If they have cloaks of non-existence, then yes, this is incognito.
What the fuck is a cloak of non-existence?
Here's the thing. None of the giants realize they're here. They're partying.
Okay, but the point is, if you try to tell me that they are trying to be incognito and this is how they wear it, they're stupider than CP0.
I'm pulling the race card.
The race card? On what?
I am the closest race in this call to Oda.
What is this?
My skin color is closest to Oda. Let me tell you, Par, I'm divining right now what Oda was cooking up. He's saying that teleporting here is incognito. Thank you, Oda, wherever you are.
I'm pulling the dying card. I'm closer to dying with Oda than you are. And I'm telling you, this shit's not adding up. Fucking incognito my ass cheeks, dude. The entire point of Saturn summoning himself was not incognito. It was, hey, motherfuckers, I'm here and I'm announcing myself.
But he did that calling card to the middle of the island. They did it here to a castle. It's different.
The middle of the castle, dude.
When the giants are partying, dude. What do you mean?
How are they supposed to know that was?
Hey. That is why I think there's a mole. I think there's a mole because they came here while everybody's partying. Ange, dude, it's Ange.
Watch. Next chapter, Shanks and Lilith fake is gonna be like, where the fuck is everybody at? Like,
nah, dude, they know.
Like,
they know.
Where's our audience?
They know, bro. Like this, they know what they're getting into. Somebody fed them info, bro.
How crazy? No, stop. How crazy would it be if they first word? We don't have words. I'm like, where the hell is Harold? Where did they go?
Imagine they get here. So where's Loki at? Where's Like where's everybody?
Because that version of it is almost the same, if not worse.
The amount of slander that would hit him, though.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If they think this is incognito mode, this would be worse than them thinking this is incognito mode if they showed up and didn't know King Harold's dead. They're like,
died like 6 years ago at least.
Yeah. I would believe in a time loop or whatever. Like no. You know, they 6 years ago they were chartered their ship to here, but they got stuck in the roofie zone.
Oh no, they were constantly asleep. That's why we didn't see them, man.
Yeah,
where were the holy knights? Where were the holy knights during Fish Your Tiger? All this, they were just in the sleeping belt of One Piece. They just couldn't escape, man.
Dude, oh god, that would be the funniest thing. Like they come up. What year is it?
Yeah. No. You know how like we saw this guy walk up to the Gorosei saying, "I want to talk about a certain pirate." Imagine the pirate was Goldie Roger. Emu.
And then the
Gold Roger's getting close to the One Piece. They're like, stabs? Stabs? It's been a while, brother.
No, the Gorosei are just like, this guy's off his rockers. And like, no, but the best part of this side is if they got stuck in the roofie zone, which obviously is a joke, guys. But it still lends itself to why I think it'd be idiotic if their ship was off the coast. It's because they could avoid all of that by instant teleportation, which we know is they are capable of going across the planet. The Gorosei literally went. There was no reason for Saturn.
They got summoned.
Well, no. We don't know how that summoning part works. We don't know if Saturn hits the thing and whatever, especially because Saturn's not here and these circles still are coming up, right? So my point is we know that Maridra to Egghead is possible, which is like halfway across the planet. Now, the major part is that what was like Saturn going personally to Egghead it doesn't mean anything.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense.
If he was gonna have Kizaru and other people go there and verify the situation first, and then if shit hits the fan, he's gonna summon himself anyways. He could have just sat in Marriage Raw and waited for Kizaru to be like, yo, this shit's off its
No,
rocker,
he couldn't. Okay, so I think we have different understandings of the teleportation. For you to teleport yourself, you have to be nearby. For other people to teleport there long distance, somebody needs to be like a link or a tether already, which is why Saturn had to be there in person to summon the other Gorosei.
Oh, and so Angie is famously a holder of the technology that allows.
I think they're off the coast. I think they're off the coast.
You're the stupidest motherfucking shit.
If
I duo queue with you and you teleport 1 second down the line,
it is meta to use Hex Flash as fiddlesticks to teleport 5 feet away.
Hex Flash is fine. I'm talking about a 5-minute cooldown teleportation.
There is enhanced teleportation in League that has a lesser cooldown.
Yeah, so it's a lesser cooldown, and it doesn't take you halfway across the planet.
What I'm saying is that this magic circle is fine. It doesn't take that much energy. It's chilling. It's incognito mode. You know,
it's not incognito.
It is Par. If nobody notices they're here, they are incognito. You can't say they're not incognito if nobody knows they're here.
If a tree falls in a forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound?
No, apparently. Apparently not. Apparently,
it means that you don't agree with it. You would just say no, and then you'd be an
Par. These guys
straight. Say no without apparently. Say it. It doesn't make a sound.
No,
without the
doesn't make a sound. We have no way to verify it, so it doesn't make a sound until it's disproven. Here's the thing, Par. These guys, I trust their judgment as far as I can throw it. And I can throw it really far right now, Par. Like, these guys, they came here incognito mode. They're wearing... Like, why else would they be wearing clothes if they're not incognito?
Just like women.
That's just how it is, Par. Like, these guys, they know what's up. It's as simple as that. Let's go. Okay, but here's the thing, though. I also put a lot of stock in the Holy Knights. Like, these aren't the Gorosei. The Gorosei, yeah, they're old, they're decrepit. We had that inclination of them before they even arrived on Egghead. Of course, they look a lot better after Egghead, in my opinion. But you know, it's one of those things. Like, the Holy Knights, they have no blemishes on their record, minus not being there during key events, like the Raid of Marie Joie. We had a Fisher Tiger, the Reverie, but you know, ignore all of that, and they have a spotless, clean record. Why are you laughing?
They have no demerit to the record except for all these key events. They should be my fucking back, bro.
Yeah, but you know, that's the thing. So
how wild is it that the Holy Knights have not been anywhere in the story, and yet they're here, and we don't even know why? Like,
so yeah, I was gonna say, like, why are they here? But before we talk about why they look the way they do, why are they here? Like, are they here for food, like giant food, or are they here? Why are you laughing?
Right?
Giant
no,
food. That's legitimate, dude. Right?
Priority number one of Marriage Raw right now is food. So they're like.
They're raiding the Elbaf kitchen.
Yeah, and they missed, went to the throne room, and were like, where's King Harold at? Like,
yeah, maybe they're here for the food. Maybe they're here for, my crackpot theory is that they're here for Mosa. I don't know if that's true or not. People said that they could be here for Robin, which I could say. I don't know, like, I think Robin makes sense, don't get me wrong, but I feel like the Robin kidnapping plotline's been used a lot. Like, would they want to kidnap Robin? Like, yeah, it makes sense, but I don't know.
I think it's going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, they could go after Robin, right? We just had that nice reunion with Robin. Robin just cut her hair. So yeah, maybe we do go after Robin. Another way to look at it.
No, wait, hold on.
Maybe they're here for the books of O'Hara.
No, wait. They're going to go kidnap Robin. And they're like, she doesn't look like the wanted poster. This isn't Robin.
Oh my god. Something's wrong here.
Oh yeah, wait a second. This isn't Nico Robin. It's Biko Robin. Like,
we could also get a scenario where they kidnap Bonnie, because Bonnie is the child of a celestial dragon. Maybe Saturn reported, or not Saturn, but you know, all the Gorosei saw that Bonnie can turn into Sun God Nika. She is like maybe like successful to an extent of an experiment. So maybe they're like, hey, like Saturn, you know, he effed up, but let me tell you, his experiment worked. So they're like, yo, let's go get Bonnie. Let's kidnap Bonnie. And I'm sure you saw the SBS where they gender bent Bonnie as to into a guy, and she kind of looked like Shanks. So like maybe this is her dad.
Yeah. I am on the boat that like this person being her dad, it makes a lot of sense. I think like the Uta split hair, like there's just like a lot of foreshadowing towards like Shanks' daughter, Shanks' child, like to the point I made a video that I didn't think would get that much support. Like it's one of those theories that I was like, wait, why do you guys like this theory over it? Like it did like reverse damage to my confidence when it came to theories, because it was the idea that Kobe was actually Shanks's kid, or like somehow related to Garland. And a lot of like the comment section in a short was like overwhelmingly positive. And I was like, what? Because I'm so used to ignoring the comments and like all the people being so negative and like, you know, sending death threats for random reason. Like, oh my God, you're a Naruto fan. How dare you talk about One Piece? Like just some random crazy shit like that. And instead, people are like, you know, I could actually see Kobe being Shanks' kid, which the video, you know, is a short and it, like there's some ideas and people are adding more ideas. And I just feel like the connotation that's like Shanks' child ever since Film Red, it's like, why did Oda even like stem in that? And the point is that wasn't Shanks' kid. So like, but the Gorosei did say like that's for Garland. And so it's like, what if it wasn't Shanks' kid, but it was still for Garland? Boom, enter stabs, and it's perfect. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think that might have been foreshadowing. Shanks as a kid, or quote kid, stabs as a kid. And yeah, here we have it.
Help. Yeah, pink hair, red hair, you know.
And then we know that obviously Ginny got married off to a celestial dragon. And plus, like, we don't, like, I feel like we will learn who that person is regardless of if it stabs or not. Because we saw them, like, approach Ginny. Like, we saw their boot, their shoe. Like, so Oda's, like, definitely going to reveal that later. And when you think about, like, kidnapping Ginny, right? That's not something anybody could do. Like, yeah, they have the Marines there, but, like, would they send the Marines for that? No. Like, usually when Celestial Dragons want it, it's either them or their slaves. But if a Holy Knight is just walking around, like, that makes sense. Like, a Holy Knight has the ability to just go places.
And the reality is, it could have been that was always Ginny's fate, which is fucked up to say, but Ginny was a slave previously. She was on God Valley, and so she was already at that state. And it could be like a Mosgard situation where Mosgard was trying to reclaim his fisherman slaves. That's why he was like, but Papa, my slaves, my fisherman slaves. And then his dad's like, because of Jinbei, the warlord of the sea, we're not supposed to go tread on those waters. And Mosgard was like, but they're my property, Dada. And then he went down and tried to... And so he tried to reclaim his slaves. It could be that's why Ginny was specifically targeted. It could have been that, like, baby Stabs was like, this was supposed to be my wife. I chose her at the prime age of 3. And so he's been tracking her and finally found Ginny because she looked exactly the same as a kid. And then reclaimed property, which, you know, essentially...
Could be it.
The same thing.
Yeah, no, I definitely like that idea that this is just Bonnie's dad. And plus, like... It would be kind of, not poetic, it would be kind of bad, but like, imagine, imagine she's like, oh, my dad can come back to life, and then here's her dad, right?
Dude, that said the jerk down is my poetic is so
It would be so poetic if Bonnie's real dad shows up when her fake dad comes back to life, or is rumored to come back to life. Yeah,
and we get a Shanks dead Kuma battle. Where Kuma gets slain again.
It would be so cool. Oh, I can already imagine. Imagine Bonnie gets taken, right? And she's like, no, Dad. And then Kuma's like in his lifeless body, but you see Kuma's spirit try to reach out, but it can't. It like phases through Bonnie's hand because he's like not there.
Add salt to the wound. Kuma goes, where do you want to go to vacation? And then he paws Shanks or Stabs, and then we just see Stabs teleport next to Bonnie, and where he wanted to go to vacations with my children.
No, there we go. Yeah, with my daughter.
And then Kuma's just like, you're Ginny. And then you see him go like berserk, you know what I mean? Because then he like the 2 brain cells that are still there connects the dots. That's Ginny's like.
And then Kuma can't move, so he just starts shaking.
Yeah, he starts malfunctioning. Oh, we just like painted like a horror like
nah, it'd be good. It's
situation.
It's like the Patrick Swayze movie Ghost, where like he dies in the home and he just has to witness his family move on and grow and leave and everything.
Oh
and
yeah,
he can't do anything about it. Yeah. It's just like that.
Yeah.
That's Kuma right now. He's just witnessing everything. Bonnie's gonna get kidnapped and die.
Yeah, rough,
dude.
Yeah. I mean, as far as like headcanon theories go, that's one that's like there's no basis for it, but it just feels like it makes sense.
Wait, with Garling being the new god of scientific defense, maybe he told his son Stabs here, or whatever Stabs is, right? Well, we'll get to that here in a second. But maybe he told Stabs, like, hey, like, Saturn, he was a bozo, but he was right. Like, he got one thing right with science. And now that I'm the science guy, I need you to pick up Bonnie. Like, we got to experiment on her. Like, she's successful. Like, that could also be it.
Or he might oh, God. I forgot how old Bonnie was. I was going to say they might need to repeat the test and do womb experimentation.
Oh, God.
And then I remembered that she's 12.
Yeah. Maybe we keep her in a cell for a while and then we do it after a couple of years.
Yeah.
When she's of legal age.
At least Vanderdecken waited till 16. So maybe they just need to wait 4 years. Yeah.
There we go.
So
hey.
Even the most heinous people waited.
It's great when Vanderdecken does it.
Yeah, well, like I mean, my point is that as far as low as the bar is, even Vanderdecken was like kids.
Yeah, even Vanderdecken had. It's like what Big Mom said, right? Like even in the world of pirates, we have codes and ethics.
Yeah,
it's like that.
Yeah. And even someone as lowly as a fish respects them.
Yeah. So, what do you think the Holy Knights are here for? We talked about Mosa. We talked about Bonnie. We talked about Robin. Books of O'Hara, maybe they want to burn the library, but I mean, 20 years too late, right?
Yeah, all I know is that if Stabs is like Shanks, like we're gonna be waiting for 25 years.
Yeah, it's gonna be another 25 years until we see this guy make a move.
Yeah, like this guy, he's been moving, but like where? And like the other part is like Shanks telling Whitebeard, "Hey, I gotta tell you about a pirate, Marshall D. Teach. You gotta watch out for him. And if you don't, shit's gonna hit the fan." And at the end of the day, he shows up and he has enough power to sway the entire war. And it's like, brother, why didn't you do something before? And we still don't know all of his motivations, what side, what goals he has. But like, it doesn't really like. Yeah, I'm sure Oda's gonna pull it out where it makes sense why he didn't act on Blackbeard himself earlier, especially at a point like I don't know. People are like, "Oh my God, Blackbeard's number one," but they'll also say like he's number one after the Gura Gura. It's like, well, he didn't have the Gura Gura when Shanks told him to go. What Shanks wanted to intervene, so why didn't he intervene then? He intervened with Kaido. How does that make sense? Is anyone telling me that pre-Marineford Blackbeard is as menacing as Kaido and Shanks wants to stop Kaido and can? To the point Kaido doesn't even fight him and just walks back home? But Shanks can't do that with Blackbeard pre-Gura Gura? But and my point is, I'm not trying to rewrite history there. I'm just saying, like, if Shanks is any inkling to how Stabs is gonna be, we're gonna be so confused because this guy shows up. How about this? Let's talk about the Gorosei situation. Who was he talking about then? If he was a holy knight, what pirate?
He could have been talking about Loki.
Why didn't he just do something?
Could have been talking about Mosa. We don't know what Mosa is, but you know, maybe Mosa's another last generation warrior pirate.
Right. If it's on Elbaf, it could make sense. But if it's anyone off of Elbaf, I don't know if it makes that much sense.
Because with Shanks, no, Bonnie would make sense. Never mind. Yeah,
because like going back to the world where we thought that was Shanks walking up to the Gorosei talking about a pirate. At that point, it makes sense. He already did this with Whitebeard, but it also makes sense because he doesn't want to sway anything, and he wants to take a seat back. And there's certain things that he can manipulate. With that logic, it makes sense that Shanks is inactive. He already did it before. There's some kind of additional motivations. And if he was a Celestial Dragon, he had some kind of sway in, and he's using that to manipulate again so he doesn't have to use his power to, like, force the world into a different way. Sure, could make sense. But with Stabs as a Holy Knight, why would he need to, like, hey, Gorosei, I need you to approve a hit on a pirate. Why would that be needed in the first place? Unless it's like a Yonko, but like the Yonkos are all like like Buggy. Like, are we talking about Buggy? Like, is that what it is? Was he the reason why they found out? But how would he even know about Buggy? And so it's like, yeah, maybe if it's Elbaf pirate, sure, but like still, it's kind of interesting given the position. Even if it's Angie or Smosa or somebody on Elbaf, like at this point you could walk up to Loki and kill him. There's Luffy did it. There's no security. If you really wanted even him to die, you could just walk up, slaughter him. I don't think that, like, especially with if the Gorosei wanted someone dead on Elbaf, clearly they can. like you know what I mean? I don't see why at this moment, at least, like the motivations for it to be like connected to that either. It's so weird. I feel like, and you said Bonnie, but also Bonnie doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Bonnie doesn't make sense.
It's just odd a little bit. And why not sooner? I
feel like it's either Mosa or maybe it's the man that said come on then. Maybe it's Shiki or Scopper Gabon, and they have something that the Holy Knights want. I think that's not a bad idea, because I don't think Mosa is the guy that was off the coast. Because Mosa, during that conversation, they imply that they have a lot of free time. They haven't met before. That wouldn't make sense if it's the guy off the coast, because the guy off the coast is literally like in plain sight walking around the underworld. If 6 years have passed and Mosa not once walked 2 steps to the left and visited Loki, that'd be weird. So I think that person's different.
Yeah. The only pushback I give to that is, unless like my initial thing on Mosa, which was instinct, it wasn't like reactive or analytical, was that Mosa's like catfishing Loki. Like he's playing him, and he's like a Nigerian prince scammer, and he's like, and he's using Loki to his bidding. He's the fall guy, like, or whatever, whatever thing, he's just playing him, like the Tinder swindler, like that guy. And he's just using
the Tinder swindler. It's a crazy name.
Yeah, wait, isn't that the guy's name?
Yeah, it's his name, but it's still a crazy name.
Yeah, like it just gave me that vibes where he was just like the Tinder swindler was like, I'm a billionaire's son. I am fully capable of these things, but I need you to send me money because the government's after me and watching my assets. So please send me $50,000 today. Otherwise, I'm going to be assassinated by other billionaires. And like Mosako, nobility, and like, wait a second, how come the prince of Elbaf has never seen you, has never met you? And if it's person off the coast, then the only reason that would make sense if it was intentionally trying to swindle him. And it sounded like a swindle because it's like Loki is just like, man, I've never met you or seen you. Brother, we saw Luffy just walk up to him casually. It's not that hard. Like, no one's watching. Nobody knows that Luffy saw him. Nobody had eyes on him. Nothing like that. Which is like ironic because like the one, like as far as like Norse mythology, I'm sure people brought this up, but Rodo's crow, I forgot the name of it. What's Rodo's crow's name?
Rodo's crow, Mugen.
Yeah, so Mugen was actually the name of Odin's crow. Odin had 2 crows, and one was Mugen and the other one was some other name. And those crows were the reason why Odin was known as like the crow god and the all-knowing, because the crows were watching everything and they would come back to Odin and tell him what was happening. And so in this situation, it would be Mugen or the other crow that'd be seeing Loki or watching Loki and then report back to Rodo or somebody. But like, I'm just saying that as an example that like, that this, what's it called? These, the fact that Loki's not secure, he has a whole follower base. He's just chained up in the middle of the island. Like you said, like it's not just the guy off the coast. No, there's an entire like village on the thing. Like the Colin, what's that kid's name? Colin and Makino 2.0.
Yeah,
they're all just there, and it's like it's not that hard to get to him. Sure, the wolves, but like, are the wolves that much of a threat to everybody? I don't know. But
not
at
to
the end
a
of the day,
giant, right? Like a regular giant?
Yeah. I feel like no, maybe to kids, right? But like I don't know, and so like that's why I'm like maybe Mosa is playing Loki, and it might not just be like he is on Loki's side. It might be that he's using Loki, and getting information or getting his standing or continuously blaming him, some situation or getting information from him to blame him with the other giants, right? So I wouldn't say per se that like I agree with you that it's probably not the guy off the coast, but the logic that like that guy could just see him, I'm not fully on that side because I feel like that could be part of Mosa's conditions of his character. Like
I think Mosa's a good person. I believe in Mosa. Oh, we never talked about this, but do you think Mosa's a girl or guy?
I have no idea. All I know is that the most suspect thing is the Denden Mushi, bro.
The Denden Mushi has like eyelashes. I think it's a girl.
No, I'm saying like we've never seen a Denden Mushi be remote operated to like walk up to somebody to call them. Oh no,
maybe Mosa just dropped. I mean I feel like this whole Loki and Mosa thing is happenstance. I think the snail just arrived here, or maybe it fell here. So that's why I kind of consider them to be like in the sun realm somewhere, which is kind of crazy now that I think about it because we've never been to the heaven realm yet. We don't even know what that place is like.
Yeah,
which is kind of crazy.
See, this is something else I was thinking of. Was like if Stabs and Lilith were in the shadow teleported to the heaven realm, then whatever, use the magic circle, whatever, that would have been crazy because then the whole like hierarchy world connecting of them just because then the heaven realm would be like celestial, like that would be different. But they just showed up at the throne room. I don't know how I feel about that, but that's just a thing aside. Like you're saying, like maybe Mosa's in the heaven realm. That'd be crazy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. You know what would actually be even wilder? Being in the heaven realm while Stabs teleports, because imagine just being above when the lightning just strikes you. Like
no, but what if you blink? Lightning is fast.
Yeah, but what if you're standing above and you just get shocked? Like
no. I mean, maybe it came from like an angle.
Maybe it came from what?
An angle. Exactly, right? Speechless. So
I'm seeing the straight 90 degrees.
So with the person up the coast, I think that could be the pirate they're after. I mean, Shiki, I don't know why they'd be after Shiki. Scopper, maybe because it's a Roger remnant that's getting close to something. Or it could just be a brand new character or a brand new pirate in general. I don't know yet. Like, there's way too many variables here to, like, properly make a good decision and, like, a good theory that has a lot of ground. Like, even with, like, the Ange thing, right? Like, that's just me throwing stuff at a wall. But, yeah, like, they're here. I mean, this guy looks like Stab, or looks like Shanks, and we don't know why yet, right?
Wait. I'm sorry. I had an epiphany, but it's so stupid.
What's up?
Stabs walks into the Gorsei. I got a pirate to tell you about. Shanks. He looks just like me.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I mean, maybe he's like Gorsei, I saw a wanted poster. Why does he look like me with the scar? Like, that could be it.
Yeah, and he's like, I just want to let you know that's not me.
Yeah, like, guys, I heard I was at Marineford, but I wasn't. He explains it. But, like, okay, so Stabs, though, like, why does he look like Shanks? Twin brother or a clone? I kind of got your opinion back when you did the live stream, but you said that it doesn't really make a difference because either way, like, genetically, they're going to be identical. And they already look the same. I mean, they have... If this is the guy from chapter 907, episode 887, they have the same voice actor. They have the same hair. Unless, like, Stabs pulls back the hood and he has, like, like, Brago said he might have a ponytail. I think that's kind of funny, but... I don't know, man.
I'm still laughing at I'm gonna spit water when we find out it's like the Shanks. I'm gonna spit water everywhere if that's the case. But yeah,
it's just like, yo, like, guys, Shanks is like, maybe he came to Elbaf to learn about Shanks. Like, I heard Elbaf is his territory. Can I go see what it's like?
Well, see, the thing about Elbaf is they are isolated. Like, the world shouldn't know about Elbaf stuff. So as funny as it is that King Harold dying and all that stuff, it might actually not be common knowledge. And like, I'm for the world where the Gorsei are completely unaware of that. Hey, they were unaware of Wano's inner workings. And, like, the reason for not knowing Wano's inner workings, way sillier than what would Elbaph's things. And I say that because they had CP0 in Wano. And they had agents in Wano to tell them, hey, their defenses aren't that crazy. We've been infiltrating back and forth many times, and it's not that bad. It's just Kaido. And, like, if we just get Kaido on our side, it's fine. And, hey, we got Orochi in our bag anyways. So, like, all that aside, right? Elbaf, it's way more reasonable for them to not have, like, inclination of their hierarchy, the leadership, the giants, right? Like, the giants showed up on Egghead, and they're like, wait a second. Why are you guys here, right? And it's even funnier because they know that Elbaf is right next door. So, like, in that logic, it's like, oh shit, we were making a ruckus. The giants showed up. Of course they showed up. Their legendary hero was announced to be here. And it might actually be that they, like, maybe let's say there was like a treaty of some sort. Maybe like the world government was like, hey, like, we won't mess with Elbaf. You don't mess with us, right? Because I think we do know that Elbaf did not participate with the Ancient Kingdom. And so it was like Ancient Kingdom, world government, and then the Elbaf, the giants were like separate. And so it could be that the world government's like, hey, we got the rest of the world, you stay here. And the pirates were the ones messing that up. And so it might have been after the giant pirates, like, hey, let's come to an agreement, no more. You stay there, we stay here, we won't mess with you guys. And maybe Stabs was sent here because the Gore said, like, yo, the giants just broke the treaty, they showed up on Egghead and started fighting. Do they remember? Let's go find out. Let's go verify with Harold. And that's why they show up directly at this throne room, because they're like, yo, let's talk to Harold. And then they see, wait, where's Harold? Why is it, like, abandoned here? It could be something like that.
Damn. I mean, yeah, it could be. I just would have hoped that they're more, not competent, but, like, they have better information gathering skills than that. Like, the minute Harold dies, they know. They're like, oh, let's go. Because I, personally, right now, since I think that somebody framed Loki, I think the person that did it is Stabs. I think it's these people right here. I mean, we look at the throne, right? It has that slash mark. Maybe that slash mark is because of Stabs, right? He has a sword like Griffin. Mm-hmm. I think it could be him. And also, maybe that explains why he teleported here. Maybe this is long distance teleportation, and the reason he's able to do it is because he's been here before. Like, maybe he left, like, in Naruto, Minato, he leaves, like, markings with his kunai. Maybe it's like that. Like, since he's been to this throne room before and he killed Harold here, he's like, oh, like, let's just go. Like, I have this place saved in my recent history.
Yeah. Listen, that I would like that version of it, because then that would explain the Saturn stuff. It would be that simple. Saturn's been to Egghead before, so he can do the teleportation thing, and then, like, while he was there, he just, like, drew extra circles just in case for if the other Gorsei
the boys
come. And the other Gorsei don't have memories of that place, so they never were able to do that. Stabs, he's a freaking flyer of Elbaf. Maybe he uses his twin DNA tax to come here. But yeah, at the end of the day, the information gathering part is always kind of I'm not gonna say lackluster, but for some reason it's crippled. Like, because like, I'm not saying that Kaido is a pushover, but, like, we have lines from Kizaru where he's just like, not just big Kaido, Big Mom and Kaido, I can handle them. And then it's not Big Mom and Kaido that's the problem. Akainu goes, the samurai,
that's the samurai of Wano, Kizaru.
Yeah, and it's like they had Sword and CP0, and we know for a fact that the information got to Sengoku and Akainu, because Drake was the one who told of the thing to Kobe, and that information was used the next chapter, and it was directly referenced as intel by both of them. And so we know that for a fact that is how that shit went down, and yet they don't have the information gathering that Wano is not that secure. Like what? The samurai are not the problem, and yet to the day Akainu's still afraid of them. And it's just odd because, at least from the Gorsei standpoint, it would be like it's like the highest priority to secure Wano, considering they're like, yo, this shit's an ancient weapon. We need to secure this shit now. right? Like, I don't know why that would be deprioritized by any remark or any regard. And so, coming over here, I could see it that they don't have the information on King Harold. Like, it'd be silly, it'd be a little silly. I could walk past it. But it does make you wonder, like, why after Egghead, why would they just show up at the throne room of Elbaf, right? If it was to get to the Straw Hats, right? Would there not be better ways or / like other places to go on Elbaf? Like, why the throne room? Unless they have some kind of relationship with Harold aside from that, which that already links itself to what I was saying, which is that there might have been some kind of like treaty or agreement, which is what they had with Orochi, right? The leader of the world. And when you kind of think about what Harold was doing, Harold was trying to assimilate Elbaf with the rest of the world. So wouldn't it make sense that Harold would be in one way related to the world government? It could be that could be the twist. It could be that like the people think that it's a good thing, like, oh, we're not the warriors, we're like, we're trying to change that, we're trying to learn about the world, etc., 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 right? And it could be that that's what Harold wanted too, or something like that. Or it could be that Harold was like selling out like a King Bukori or like Orochi, and he was actually just like he wanted to cash in on it. Like, we don't know King Harold. We got the rumors, but just like how we're not believing the full rumors on Loki, why are we believing the full rumors on King Harold, right? And it wouldn't be the first king that was tricked by celestial dragons, right? This is literally like, this would be another one.
Every king gets tricked. It's like a common theme in One Piece, right? We had the former king of Drum Island, for example. We have King Cobra at Alabasta. We have King Riku in Dressrosa. We have Otohime in a way in Fishman Island. Not I say in a way because she's not the king, she's a queen.
Yeah.
And then of course we had Sukiyaki, which that one, I mean, any competent person would fall for that one. I mean, Sukiyaki had no way out. And yeah, like kings and queens just fall victim to scandals and conspiracies all the time. I could see Harold being the same way. I don't know if I agree with like your mindset of it, but I see like where you got there though. Like, I think it all makes sense, but I'm on the opposite route where maybe King Harold was good and working against the world government, and that is why he was assassinated. But I do like the idea though, like, oh, like he was working for them, Loki killed him, and it's a good thing. I think both routes are pretty plausible.
I think my pathway is we still wouldn't know what Harold would be. It's either that he was evil and he was working with them, or he was being tricked, and both has happened in the story. And so, like, as far as King Harold at the moment, I do want to believe that he was trying to be good, but he was probably being like manipulated. And it could be that a lot of the characters were being manipulated to act the way they were. But Elbaf is kind of like prime for that, in the sense of like, if we go back to Bing Bong's flashback, right? Like, what was Mother Caramel doing? She was acting like a savior, and then she was actually like their greatest ops. She was like farming their children and holding an orphanage there to sell them to the world government.
Maybe King Harold was working with Mother Carmel, hand in hand.
That's why it's important to know the tenure, the timeline, how long was Harold always this visionary? You know, what changed it, right? Like, it could be that he was king for 200 years, but it might not be that he was the visionary that they saw or they think of him to this day. You know what I mean? Like, it could have been changed, it could have been manipulated, it could have been like a slew of things could have happened, but the overarching point being that like the relationship with the world government and the royalty, given the precedent of One Piece, it's primed that there is some relationship there, and that is why Stabs is here. It was to talk to the royalty, which would be the significant thing about Ange, like establishing and proclaiming that Elbaf has no sovereign at the moment, is that because there's no sovereign at the moment, Stabs has no one to talk to, and the previous sovereign probably had like kind of like Sukiyaki, kind of like Cobra. They had like like family lineage stories or like things that they like, hey, we can't do this, we can't do that, like for specific reasons, right? And then there's another thing, like Elbaf, at least Rodo, like they were doing this like miniature garden thing where they were doing tributes to the gods, right? Well, if King Harold is doing a tribute to the gods, and the gods were the Celestial Dragons, and that could be, maybe Stabs is here for the tribute, maybe it's it's been 6 years, where's our tribute? Maybe he's just here to cash in, right? Like, it could be that.
Could be.
It could just be like a regular stop. Maybe that's what the Holy Knights are meant to do. They're supposed to get all the tribute.
Yeah. And
we've never even seen that process before, actually, now I think about it.
No, not at all. It'd be kind of crazy, though?
What?
Imagine this is actually going to be the next God Valley. They're going to do an extermination of the giants, yeah. Imagine how crazy that would be. Like, imagine we pan out, and there's, like, more black circles all around the island. And they're like, well, it's time to get rid of the giants, man.
So Stabs comes here and is like, you have been chosen by the Hunger Games.
And I mean, that would, in a weird way, that would be very befitting of a place called Warland, right?
Yeah, they should be doing it here all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, imagine they're just messengers, like, hey, in like 5 days, we're gonna arrive. And then we have the Holy Knights here, we have maybe like a Gorosei member, and then we have like the Marines like watching the island from the outside.
Yeah.
But, I don't think that's gonna happen, but it's just a crazy crackpot.
Just to walk back, one of our conversations, I know like a lot of people are gonna be like Par, Psy, Clone, Twin, like it is more important, and we kind of just like glaze over and saying like it doesn't really matter. We had a lengthier conversation on the stream, but I do want to say like towards the end we did say like one of the things that I see which kind of explains why it doesn't matter is like what is Sanji to his brothers, right? They're twins, but they're also genetically modified, and like at the end of the day the premium product of Germa was clones. So it's like if they're a stepping stone to what like Celestials and like cracked out royalty wants to do, which is like incestual type of things and like royalty passing on, then like cloning and twinning, like cloning and the twin things, it's like one in the same vein.
Yeah.
Especially since Germa did experimentation on the womb, and we know Saturn was doing experimentation on the womb. And so if we're just going to split hairs and say like cloning versus twin, it's like they're just the same genetic copy.
And then plus when you think about it, like if he was a clone versus a twin, would that change in your mind how strong this character is? Because I don't think it would. Like I feel like he's just going to be strong no matter what, which I guess we could talk about his powers, right? Like what are you expecting now that he's here? Because I'm of the route that yes, I think he has a transformation, but if he doesn't, I would kind of like the Holy Knights to just be pure magic users, kind of like Spiel from, One Piece Romance Dawn, where he just had a bunch of random ass magic. Like maybe this is the route they go, like maybe transformation and magic, like a weird mix. I don't know.
Really care which direction. All I know is that if he looks like Shanks and he sounds like Shanks and he smells like Shanks,
he's gonna be very close to Shanks. Yeah, he's Shanks.
Yeah. There and even if he's magic, I don't see a world where Oda makes Shanks look like a loser. And it doesn't matter if it's Stabs. It looks like Shanks. He's never going to be a loser. And so and that applies to Garland. Like there's just because Oda put a moon on his head, like he still has aura. He's still crazy. Now, I said all of that. If you guys want to hear more, I think on that, we beat the horse to death. We beat this horse to death before this chapter on twin brother cloning on Shanks. I forgot
that we've talked about this a lot. Every time we see the Holy Knight silhouette, we're like, yo, like Shanks. It's him.
To the point that previous to this reveal, you and I skipped all the conversation and we're betting on what color hair he had.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like the twin brother / clone Shanks, I can't even call it a theory or like something that, some people believed in. I feel like that's a thing that everybody had to believe in. Like it was just so in your face. It was just a matter of like
the interview.
It's like we said, like we were just debating hair color at that point and like what he looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. Once the interview was revealed and then you showed me that Odyssey game manga spin-off thing where Shanks is fighting Shanks, and that's drawn by an actual editor.
Yeah, and it has Oda's signature on it too. As Oda's signature on it, it's Shanks versus Shanks. Now it was released like I think last year. It's like, I think I think Oda's been playing with this for a while. Like I talked about it, like, yo, Oda's probably like kicking his feet laughing when he drew that up and just released it to the public.
Yeah, and,
like, here's Shanks versus Shanks, guys.
We also skipped the part, and I think we have to address it, is that it's obvious by now. Me and Sai, like, basically 100% do not believe that this is Shanks.
No, yeah. So I've heard some people say that, like, this is Shanks. I respect that opinion because, yeah, he looks like Shanks. Same voice actor as Shanks, right? In 907 or 887, same voice actor. I don't think it's him though, because there would be a lot you'd have to explain if it is Shanks, right? Like, even in the panel. In the panel where we see the One Piece, right? Like, oh, like these are the candidates for the One Piece. Shanks is right here, and you have like this guy down below. Like, you know, like it would be weird if he was there twice. First up, second up, how would he explain the magic circle to his crew? And also, where would this lady come from? Like, there's no women in the red-haired pirates. Like, Shanks literally only invites guys. It is canon. Only guys are on that crew.
On some demon time in that bathroom, bro.
Exactly. All I'm saying, man, like, they got one-gender bathrooms up there. Like, that's how it is.
Imagine the apprentices are like, hey, you hear about Shanks' bathroom? It's off limits. And it's like, yeah, I heard about the last apprentice. He got beheaded the moment he looked that way. And then it's like, I heard there's a woman in there. I heard Shanks hides a lady.
He hides a lady in there that he just teleports with. Like, that's one of those things. Like, and then we're talking about how the giants, like, they're blind because they don't see the lightning. His crew would be blind if they don't see the lightning.
Usopp has cross-dimensional observation hockey, and he just doesn't know that his captain's just teleporting on and off the ship as masquerading in non-existent cloak, and then plus from Harry Potter.
Shanks just left yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah,
and he's back. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's too much to explain about this. And then plus, like, you know, if we're going off of the God Valley thing, like, you know, people are saying, oh, Shanks has like sun pajamas, and, you know, like it looks like a matching set. There might be moon pajamas out there. It's like, yeah, like I think there's more things to say that, oh yeah, there's a twin brother dash clone out there, rather than saying that this is Shanks. I feel like it kind of outweighs. I almost want to do a poll now. I might start up a poll later and just be like, hey guys, like,
over 5% that think this is Shanks.
Yeah, I'm so curious now. I got to hold the poll later.
Yeah, and I'm really scared to see if Oda just says this is Shanks, and we're just like idiots.
We're like idiots. Yeah, I mean, hey, we've gotten things wrong a lot in the past, but that's fine. Yeah. We're shooting the shit. I think that's what people don't understand sometimes. Like me and you, like I think in this video alone, up until this point, we've talked about maybe 20 different branching theories.
Yeah.
That you know contradict one another. Like that's just how it is.
Which someone commended us on something. Which,
really?
I forgot what it was. Yeah, they were like, because you and I, when we first saw Ginny in God Valley as a kid, we both were like, oh, that's just like Ginny's mom probably, or like something related, or Bonnie's mom, or something related to that. But then they were like, you know, Syv and Par, they were referencing that time, and they completely forgot that a lot of people, and then they put in parentheses, probably Twitter, thought that was Luffy's mom, and actually put out like theories on that.
Yeah,
and
no, that wouldn't make any sense.
Yo, you're right. Like we just completely
a
ignored
broken clock is right twice a day, and that's me and you. That's how it is. It's no big deal.
Yeah. We just breeze by some theories, and some of those theories, like the simulation theory, I would put those two together. Luffy's mom being Ginny, the simulation on Elbaf, that's the same vein of like, we could just probably walk by that one side. But the other thing that I want to walk by is all of this and talk about this lady. Now, you, at the very start of this panel, you were like, this is a lady. I'm sorry. Did we not do the same thing with Roto? We saw for just Roto, this much, even less.
Literally with Roto, we only saw the eye, though. Don't even.
No. Roto, we saw his body. We saw his body. We saw legs. We saw wrists.
Hair
we
matters
said those
more.
Wrists are dainty.
Hair matters. This is a girl, bro. Come on, don't even. I can't believe you're bringing this up. This is 1,000,000% a girl. Don't do this to me.
And our instincts told us that this was Lilith. And I liked, because like it's funny because you brought the ramifications of it, and then I was like, wait, like, okay, so like, because York, you were saying like York looks like Manmire, the celestial dragon we saw in God Valley, so it's plausible that Vegapunk was cloning Holy Knights. And then we were like, maybe it's just the women. But then we looked at the silhouettes and we're like, yo, what if all of Vegapunk's satellites were just clones of Holy Knight / prominent celestial dragons? And I'm like, I don't know what to do with that, why that's important, but I'm like, dude, that's so weird. Like, why are we cloning all these characters?
Back during the God Valley flashback, we met the Manmire girl. Same face shape as York, same hair as York, same tongue as York, but of course it was Manmire, right? So because of that, I was like, wait, like, did Vegapunk base York off of this girl? We know that Vegapunk went to Marie Joie, right? He met with the Gorsa. He's been there. So I was like, okay, like maybe he did that. And then now that we have this girl who I would say the eyes are different. Yeah, the eyes are different, but the hair's the same. And one thing about the eyes being different is that we didn't see the eyes for the Manmire girl as well. Maybe because those were also different. Like, he copies these appearances, but he just doesn't get them like all the way, like 100%. So yeah, like there is a chance that this could be the original, like the model Lilith in a way. So I think that's not bad. Like, they could even be different, like different personality, different hair color, different everything. But yeah, I think that might be the case. And then if you look at the Holy Knight silhouettes, you also see that there is like this bigger, stocky looking Holy Knight. There's also a shorter one. And it's like, yo, would that just be Pythagoras and Edison? Like, what's going on here?
So and the conversation here, right, is interesting because that there is a reason to make this person look like Lilith, and the very obvious one is that this person would masquerade as the real Lilith and infiltrate the Straw Hats circle as whoever the hell this is. You know what I mean?
Wait. Here's an epiphany too. We were wondering this a while back and we were kind of laughing at it, but we were wondering why all the women were the negative emotions. Like, there was wrath, greed, and evil, right? That was Lilith. What if the reason why the women are evil is because they're based off celestial dragons?
Oh, and all the dudes are based off of revolutionaries.
That could be it. And also, like, when you think about it as well, in this chapter, Saul even looks at Lilith and says, "Wait, why a woman body?" Like, he was like, it almost like it's like almost a redundant question. Like, it's a question that we've asked before, but you know, for Saul it makes sense. But it's kind of like, wait, what if there's like a double meaning here? What if like Saul is questioning why a woman body, and then of course we meet like the woman that she's modeled after.
Yeah, and it's gonna be like, it'll probably be a shocker to. I wonder if the satellites know. Right? Like, wouldn't that be some, like, Stussy has asked that question, like her existence, why am I like this? You know what I mean? And like, it would make sense that the satellites are like, maybe my current situation and disposition is because my body has the lineage factor of this said person. Who is this person? Hey Stella, who am I modeled after? You don't need to know about that. Beep boop bop. Like, you know what I mean? Like, did Stella like redact it from them? Because you would think that they would have asked that. But then again, technically, the satellites are kind of young. Technically, the satellites are only 3 years old.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, because they didn't exist on Punk Hazard, and they weren't there when we moved to Egghead. And a lot of characters didn't know, like Kizaru, he didn't know about them. And it would only be in the last 3 years that we saw them. And so, and that would explain why none of them have personally been to these places, except, like, Stella made a replica copy of himself that existed 20 years ago and has been in the closet this entire time. I'm not saying, like, that closet, like, an actual literal closet, like the kind that you put your luggage in. for when you travel to places. But the point being is that this whole, I think, like, as weird as it is, like, I don't know how it sits with me, like, because when we were talking about this on stream, I was like, it's so weird, like, all the satellites are just the Holy Knights, and, like, they're not strong, but the Holy Knights were expecting them to be strong. And then I was like, oh, what if they're just researchers? And you're like, but why name them the Holy Knights, right? And it's because they stay up at night and they read all night. Maybe that's why they're the Holy Knights, but I'm just joking. But the point is like, the more I sit with it, I'm like, wait, this could make the plot really cool. But I know people hate the cloning stuff, and I know people, like, when you say, like, oh, this Shanks is a clone, it's like, brother, like, we're looking at, like, the clone of Lilith, or in reverse. Like, there's some kind of, like, if the girl looks like a clone of someone we already know, what's wrong with the guy above her to be the clone also, right? Of someone we already know. It's just 1 and 1. So it's just, like, I think, like, the Lilith reveal kind of, like, helps me swallow the fact that it's probably clone technology involved. It's similar to twin stuff, but I'm more curious on how Oda uses this Lilith person, because the information gathering is the most important thing. The more information they have, the better it'll be. It's also how coincidental, right? Is, let's say all the Holy Knights are copies of or all the satellites are copies of Holy Knights. How coincidental they just happen to send the one that looks like Lilith, right? That has to be important. Why not send another one? Why not send a different one, right? They were like, oh, Lilith is the one that escaped. Let's send the Lilith one, right? That would make a lot of sense.
But also, York thought that Lilith was dead, though, because her comms went off.
Oh, true.
So this could just be coincidence.
That's true. Oh man, if it's coincidence, I'd be a little lamer. I'd like if York, like, figured it out and be like, wait a second, they were pulling a fast one on me. All they did was break the comms.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is.
Wait, actually, at the end of it, though, York kind of figured out that they were still alive, because, like, the Labo face started floating away.
True. I don't know how that works, but yeah, I mean, like, whether it's Lilith or not, and she wants to meet the real Lilith, I think either way, like, just having her here is going to be important. I feel like, out of all 9 Holy Knights, we got these 2. Yeah, I mean, one, Lilith could have the tie with the other Lilith, and then with the Shanks one, of course, this is Shanks' home turf, right? Shanks knows a lot of these guys. Shanks is friends with Dory and Brogy. We still have, like, that mystery character off the coast. If that's Scopper, then maybe Shanks talked to him too. And then there's Colin, who looks up to Shanks. Colin wanted to join Shanks' crew as well. So I think there's a lot here as for, like, why they sent him.
How about, we never talked about the 4th option. And some people have brought it up, but they brought it up in a different way than I mean it. And you brought it up too, but you also meant it more of, like, yokai stuff. What if they're just shapeshifters? Like, it's not, they don't even look like Shanks and Lilith. This is just the forms that they are, like, this is, like, the most convenient thing they think about right now. Like, for this mission, for this time period, Shanks and Lilith is just convenient. Like, we're saying, like, specifically, what if they just, like, have different forms entirely?
No, I'm not a big fan of that.
All right. I mean, that's why we didn't talk about it much.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all.
I just wanted to address it.
I just think because, like, if they're shapeshifters and, like, we don't have, like, something to base it off, like, they've got to have, like, a base real form or, like, a human form. But even then, it's like, it's just silly.
There is a reason why you would like the idea.
Why?
Because you did say one of your favorite things in storytelling is when we get a reveal down the line, and then the author goes back in time and shows us all the times that character was there. And it's like, when we go back, we see them.
I think that's cheap.
Wait, he's on stream, you're saying you like that.
I like that if they're a character that's in the background, but this is like an obvious, like, oh, like, actually, you can't tell them apart. It's actually just, like, the exact same person. I'm not a big fan of that kind of plot twist.
I'm not saying it's Shanks. I'm not saying, like, oh, this character was Shanks. I'm saying if they were shapeshifters, then various times throughout the story where
that's what I mean. Like, it feels too cheap. The shape-shifting it feels really cheap. I wouldn't be a fan of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the separation.
Yeah,
because what you said on stream,
like, if all the Holy Knights are shapeshifters and they're like, oh, like, they've actually been here and there, it's like, okay, like, that's too much. Like, I think a way they pulled it off is in Baldur's Gate 3, because in Baldur's Gate 3, one of the main villains is a shapeshifter, but there's only one of them, right? We're comparing 1 to, like, 9 here. But even then, in Baldur's Gate, you can pick up on their tells here and there that is a shapeshifter. Yeah. If we're coming to find out later, like, oh, this person was a shapeshifter, that person's a shapeshifter, but there's no reason or there's no way to tell them apart. It's like, okay, that sucks.
See, the reason why I'm thinking like not the shapeshifter part per se, but just the plot development that could come from that is because we've always held the clone fruit to be very important to the Void Century, and it wouldn't be that crazy if like at least one of the Holy Knights had that power. And what better power for like a character like that would be like complete destabilization via it's so
and we're talking
about the clone thing.
Like, I just think it's so redundant. I think yeah, it will play a part like the Void Century most likely. It's been so impactful. But like we had it with Bon Clay, we had it with Suki, or not Sukiyaki, with Old Hag. We have it with Katarina Devon by extension. Like I just feel like I'm so tired of like people being other people like that. Like it's just kind of annoying in my opinion.
Yeah. It's like because like on Elbaf specifically, we can create a future plot where like one of them
that's my death in One Piece. Like Butch I'll put.
What happened?
I was gonna say like that'd be like my Mord's crash out moment if like it's just like they're shapeshifters guys. It's like okay, I'm crashing out now. Like who cares about the death guys? Like the shapeshifting thing is kind of stupid.
Yeah. Like, because like where I would be at is like I could see like a future plot being created with Elbaf, like Loki being manipulated, Mosa, whatever, like via a shape-shifting clone thing, and at most it would just be recycled plot via new thing where it's like one time we had the clone fruit, another time we had the nine-tailed fox fruit, which even in that realm of things, it's like all right, it's not the clone fruit, it's another fruit that's a mythical zone that can do the same thing, whatever, sure, but like. And on that same vein, we've seen multiple powers come, or the same power come from multiple, whether it be hockey, whether it be devil fruit, whether it just not be science. It could be all different things. And now we have magic, so maybe they're just using magic to shapeshift. We don't necessarily know, but I could see it happening just Elbaf. But I agree with you. I wouldn't even know how many different places you could insert it and it'd feel right. Like going back to different.
And then plus, if we're saying that they're all shapeshifters, that's just way too much. Like if there's a shapeshifter, I think just one, and that's fine. Yeah, but like 9. Like my god, that's awful.
The only issue I see with it being powers for one and not all is we thought that same logic with the teleportation, and then we saw all the Gorsei teleport, and then
I wouldn't say so. I think the minute we saw teleportation, we knew that they all had it though.
No, some people to this day think that it's just Saturn or it's just Emu doing it for them.
Well, they're silly.
They don't even think. Yeah, exactly. But
I mean, they all have their distinctive portals.
Before people were saying, and now at this point, I would say I'd hope it's less than 5%. But prior to this chapter, I would think that some people still thought that it was probably Saturn triggering them, bringing them there, or it was all Emu. It wasn't even Saturn. So like we don't even. Some people like can't fathom it not being Emu. And I'm saying it that way because there's people who strongly think that all the powers are just from Emu, and they have completely separate powers, and Emu gives them all the stuff, which I could see that to a certain extent. But like now we see the Holy Knights and they're using the powers this way. So I'm saying the reason why I bring that up is like teleport for one, teleport for all. I've always been on that front. The moment we saw Saturn do it, I was like, they all can do it. And that's why I've been so hypercritical about the whole teleportation thing, and why from the very beginning I'm like, this magic stuff, we need more of it so that we can set the rules so we know what to expect. And I'm liking that we're seeing more of it, but if we see them use magic to shapeshift, that means they all can do that. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just. I think we're both against it, though, aren't we?
A shapeshifting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like as far as conversations goes, because like I feel like a lot of people bring up the shapeshifting and they don't.
I've never seen it.
I feel like on stream also shapeshifting in general, which is like powers, right? Like for example, how many people can turn into the yokai? Is that a power that's individual, or can they all do that? Right? So there's the slippery slope of how do these powers come, and who's giving them the powers, and is it just magic? Can they all turn into each yokai and they just choose their own? right? That's a slippery slope of like teleportation for one, teleportation for all. Can shapeshift? Can they all shapeshift? And the difference is, what's the limitation on these forms? Who's giving them? It's not a devil fruit. If it's a devil fruit, then we have the limitation. Who eats the devil fruit? That's it. But if it's magic, it's just incantation. So if one person just goes, I'm gonna be the boar guy, and boom, now he's the boar. He just sucks at it, right? Is it like that, or do these people have those powers separate to the magic, and the magic is on top of it? We don't know. But the shape-shifting one, as far as like, I know I didn't bring it up on stream. I saw a few people bring it up. And there's various degrees as to how important it is. But that's why I'm like so hesitant on the shape-shifting stuff. Because then you get into the place where like, whoa, wait. If it's just magic, then they all could probably do that. And if they all could do that, then it's like cheap, like you were saying. It not just affects Bon Clay, it affects Katarina Devon. It affects the whole point of her mission. Right? There's so much gravity to this clone power that, like, yeah, I get it. Like, we think they're clones, but we don't think that they have cloning powers. That would be crazy, right? Like, that's where it's like, I don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, we don't believe in it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think we have to go too in deep on it if we just both don't believe in it base level, though.
The thing is, like, the place where my gray area is the yokai stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's not devil fruit, and we don't know if it's intrinsic to them. And if Garland is now a Gorosei, does he have one? And
I mean, I think all the Holy Knights do, to be honest.
Right, and so then how is that just magic? Is that just incantation, or is that like Imu gives them holy water?
I think
right?
there's like
we don't know.
I think it could be like a mix, to be honest.
Yeah, a mix, right? And that would make it so that shape-shifting power separates itself from that dangerous slope that I just talked about. Where, yeah, we don't believe in the shape-shifting stuff, but what you're talking about is very close. And unless there's like some kind of separation,
it's like zones, right? Like when I see Luffy turn into Sun God Nika or Rob Lucci turn into a leopard, I don't think they have shape-shifting powers. It's just a transformation. There's a distinction there.
But you don't. Do you think that Luffy could turn himself to a leopard if he wanted to?
Yeah, but his transformation allows him to do that, though. That's a little bit different, right? Because you're talking about a guy that can literally like change his properties because of rubber.
Yeah, and then we have
imagination.
We have a Triceratops that can turn into like a helicopter, right? It's like,
yeah, but I wouldn't call that shape-shifting, though.
But that's like imagination based.
But it's a limited based. It's limited to like what they are, though.
Right,
and their understanding of it.
To the general ones,
yeah.
And then we get to the magical types like Luffy's, where I say magical very specifically because like Luffy's is on the tier of like magic versus like Lucci, right? Like Lucci looks at Luffy and is like, that's not even a Zoan, brother. Like Kaido, Doflamingo's like, that's not even a devil fruit at this point. And now we are going to the magic part, and that's. I think like when we first got magic and prior to that, when people were afraid of magic being introduced to One Piece, these are the shadow boxing fights that they would have. And the thing is, we are getting very close to when we have to start like, hey, wait, is this cloak a celestial weave, non-existent cloak that perfectly masks hockey presence and makes everyone oblivious to sound, lightning, everything, right? Like, you could do so much with magic, and you could just make random shit up like that. Like, oh, well, what Sai said on stream about celestial weave, sure, maybe he was joking to a certain extent, but we do have Weaver cards. A magical paper that can track life force no matter how far you are. That's just as crazy as what Sai talked about as a black cloak that masks your presence. If anything, I think Weaver card is crazier than what Sai said. Which is why, like, yeah, what Sai is saying, like, I get it. Every single time I hit him with the counterpoint, he's like, oh, but put a non-existent cloak thing. And it's like, that's not that crazy when you put it next to a Weaver card. And that shit exists. So it's like, at that point, when does the magic stop and where does it start? And it's like, and you know, some people also think that the devil fruits are just magic now too, right? So there's also that where it's like, if we're saying that magic is the umbrella and everything falls underneath, then the sky's the limit. These guys can maybe pull out Zoan forms. Like, we don't know. It might be the yokai are just like one of the Zoan forms, and the Gorosei just choose one, right? Like, and that's where the shape-shifting thing, like, I don't agree with it. And I don't see it, but like, when you open the magic box, the Pandora's box, you get some scary possibilities, and it's hopefully Oda.
I don't think it's gonna go there. I mean, I agree with magic, not. But I mean, not shape shifting.
Yeah, it's just, hey, even Harry Potter had that. Harry Potter had shapeshifting, and that was a major plot point. A major plot point was actually the shapeshifting, where one of the traitors and one of the ops, they were both shapeshifting. And they were like, oh, wait a second, I'm the good guy. You know, like, that was actually one of the major things. One of the people that we had thought suspected the entire storyline. Oh, that's the evil guy. Nope. He was actually good this entire time.
I feel like it's because we already have, like, the clone fruit and the, like, the, what's called, like, the nine-tailed fox. I don't think they're going to do it here. I mean, like, I don't, like, but like I said, I draw the distinction with, like, yokai forms and, like, actual monster forms. I think there's a good chance there's gonna be a nice fight coming up pretty soon, whether it's Shanks and Luffy, or Stabs and Luffy. I could see even Mihawk coming around, right? Because Mihawk says he does want to fight a one-armed has-been. Well, they got, like, two-armed Stabs right here.
Two-armed Stabs.
It looks like Oda's still hiding, like, the left side of his face, maybe to make people believe that it's still Shanks, or, like, a 5% chance of that. He could also have, like, I mean, maybe this could even be like a pure clone, right? Maybe he does have the Blackbeard scar, which would be kind of silly. I feel like that'd be a little bit too much, but
I mean, it's like Doflamingo having glasses on S Flamingo.
Yeah, it's like, why?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then the Crocodile Seraphim had the scar as well, like the nose scar.
Yeah.
But he could even be like the man with burn scars. You know, working for the world government, has that full.
Yeah, like I thought about, like we talked about that, and I get it. It's just like, because like what Shiryu said and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just don't know, because then it's like, if he has the last poneglyph, and then so then that would mean that doesn't have it here, but then like he's the target of all the Yonko, and he just shows up with Luffy. So I don't know. It's interesting.
I mean, he doesn't have it with them though, right?
I mean, he couldn't, right?
Yeah, he couldn't. Yeah, so like even if somebody beats him here, it's not like they have the poneglyph.
Yeah.
And then I think another interesting one would be Kid as well. Like Kid and his role here, right? Would Kid want revenge on Shanks, and then he sees this guy, then he fights him? Or like another thing that I thought was interesting is that Kid never saw Shanks up until Shanks beat him recently. But Kid always had this weird grudge against Shanks. Like before Kid even lost his arm, he had a grudge against Shanks, right? Was that it?
Yeah.
Or did he lose it like during the time skip? But either way, like he lost it to Shanks's crew. He never saw Shanks. So I kind of wonder if he's getting like these two people mixed up. And that's why Oda decided to make that distinction of like, yeah, Kid never saw the captain.
Yeah. Like we talked about that. Like the wanted poster is the weird one there. But again, like, but like you said, like Oda's hiding the left side of his face. And it's just like, okay, if he has the scars, then I feel like if he has the scars, then Oda could have just showed us that side. I feel like the reveal is that he doesn't have the scars, and it's like, oh, it's different, right?
Yeah.
But like if he has the scars, then it's an interesting thing. But and what's also interesting, and I brought this up in a few videos, is that like technically Shanks like started his crew, the red-haired pirates, and the logo has the 3 scars on it, but technically Shanks would have started his crew before being like fighting Blackbeard. So that would mean before he got the scars on his face. Unless he got the scars and then started his pirate crew, which I think I already talked about, like timeline wise, like I think Shanks already said he started his crew. But I forget exactly, but the whole scar on his face relating to Blackbeard, like one way or the other, it's like he centralized his crew with the logo, with the scars as one of the main things. And so it would be interesting if Stab somehow reflects that. Something that was given to Shanks by Blackbeard. So it's like, why would he do that? It'd be really interesting if, because like also the Seraphim, those are Vegapunk's creations, and we know Vegapunk is a perfectionist. So it could, as weird as it is, like Vegapunk's like, oh, I want perfect clone. No pink devil, no pink dragon fruit.
Yeah.
No, Crocodile has a scar on his face. I'm gonna put a scar on his face.
I looked it up, by the way. He did start his crew before he got the scar.
Yeah, and so his insignia has the 3 scars, and it's like, wait, so then he's changed his Jolly Roger after Blackbeard scarred him, but he already had his pirate crew.
I mean, it's kind of like Luffy, right? Like, eventually Luffy's going to give back the Straw Hat, or at least we assume he is. And then once that happens, what is he do about the logo?
But that's also very different because the hat is his treasure. Whereas the scar is the trembling point. He really went to Whitebeard's like, this shit still aches to this day, brother. And then like, it's not a happy note, right?
Yeah,
and
but it's a key figure of him.
Right, but it's also not a key figure of him starting his crew, right? Luffy started his crew with the hat in mind. Like, I'm going to be a great pirate to give this hat back. Shanks started his crew, has a Jolly Roger, whatever, and then someone down the line he gets crippled or injured, and then he's like, you know what? We gotta change that Jolly Roger, which is ironic because he's not known as a 3-star crew. He's known as a red-haired, so he still has the red hair. You know, it's not like he got bald also, and he gets like, wait, they won't recognize me, so I need to make my Jolly Roger look like me. Like, it's very interesting that that's the case, but. You know, and the thing is, it's like Shanks' one reflects him, so it's still not the same thing as Rogers, where Rogers isn't Roger. No, Shanks is him. It was just him later on, after he became a thing. And it's also a time where Shanks respected his own strength, because it wasn't like Shanks was like to himself. He didn't consider himself weak because he told Whitebeard, "Yo, my guard was up. I was actually like." Formidable, and Blackbeard still did this shit to me, so it had to be well into the situation. But all that aside, the overarching point is that, like, I feel like the Stabs doesn't have the scar. It'd be weird if he had the scar. I think the cloning stuff is probably from birth. Like, it's a birth cloning thing. It's not like a postpartum birthing thing, right? Or cloning thing. I fall back. I think that whatever they're doing at Celestial Dragons, cloning stuff, twin project, it's similar to Germa. It's just the same thing, if not a little bit better. Maybe a little bit worse, but probably better. That's how I see it. I just think that Shanks is probably... It's just another way... sorry. It's just another way to, like, tie the Straw Hats and make similarities to Shanks, like Sanji and Shanks now, right? Like, there's just another thing where... Well, how is Zoro connected to Shanks? Well, Mihawk, right? Like, there's swordsmanship, respect stuff. Right, Luffy, Shanks, like, it wouldn't be surprised. Now Shanks is the captain of, not the captain, a very well-respected person on Elbaf, Usopp, right? We create a tie-in for every single one of them. There's probably someone for Nami, right? Another version of that. So that's just kind of how I see it, where it's like, it's probably that his backstory could be similar to Sanji's. It's not that crazy, considering how in-depth Oda went with Sanji's story. It would make sense if he did that to preface Shanks' story, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Also, the marriage stuff, considering we have to go back and accept the reality that Shanks was like going to be given away as a prize. So it's kind of like Sanji in a way.
Yeah, we still don't know the reason why he was in the chest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, though, thank you so much, Par, for joining us on another episode of the Parcast. Is there anything you want to end off on
this year? No,
I think we pretty much covered everything, huh?
Yeah, we talked about a lot. I mean, this chapter is one of those ones where it's like, you don't talk about, like, this last panel. What can we even talk about on the page itself? Because, like, they don't say anything.
It's just like their appearance here, you know?
Yeah. So, and this has a lot of weight on the story. Like, who this guy is, who she is. This is gonna change the future of One Piece. This single double spread right here.
Oh yeah.
There's not a single main character here.
I'm surprised we didn't get like a whole like double page just for them, right? Like one panel.
Yeah. And the fact that these characters can change One Piece this much, and they're newly introduced, and they're not main characters technically, that's insane. So. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Oda does with that.
Yeah, shout out
2025.